Alright. I think we got all of the starting stuff good. Okay. Cam's looking good. Mic's looking good. Let's bring this down. And I think we can get started. So, hello River, and hello to all my fellow budgeteers. Hope you're having a good day so far. I had another late start, but not as bad as yesterday, so I'm... obviously I was able to get things going right on time today. So I'm definitely happy about that, and I am excited to start replaying Final Fantasy VII Remake. So, sorry, I'm a little winded because I was kind of rushing a little bit to make sure we got on time. Yeah, so Remake. This is another in a long list of games that I have played before. I have played them before. I have played them before I even became a streamer. But I wanted to play them on the channel. And initially, this was going to be, the initial plan was going to be, we did Crisis Core Reunion, and I was going to play Crisis Core Reunion, we were going to complete it, do all the side quests and everything, and then shortly after that, we were going to start Remake. Well, the first hiccup came when I still can't believe this, that Crisis Core, you go straight into New Game Plus when you beat the boss. And it was like, are you serious? There's no warning about this. There's no, hey, you may want to go back and finish up side quests. Well, maybe there was something like that, but yeah, okay, there probably was, but I never heed that. Because, you know, it's the same old. It's the notion of, if you want to beat the boss with everything you can, go here. Otherwise, we'll come back at another you can come back again. I didn't think it was gonna pull a Bloodborne or a Dark Souls 1 and just boom, put us straight into New Game Plus. So that kind of wrecked that plan. Then Scarlet and Violet, I got Scarlet for Christmas, and that kind of threw an extra monkey wrench in. It's been a surprising number of monkey wrenches over the last couple of months. I cannot say it was entirely the queue skipping. The queue skipping only factors in so much, but there definitely was there was some mismanagement on my end, and so here we are 6 months later finally getting Remake. Although that still doesn't hold a candle to Dark Souls 3, which I will regale you guys about when we get to Dark Souls 3. Just know that's been an even longer wait. I've known what I've wanted to do in Dark Souls 3 for frickin' ever, and we just haven't had a chance. So we are gonna get started in Remake here very shortly, but first we got to do our usual Stream Raider setup, and we are going to be going for the token chest for the chance of getting the skin chest. Hello, Buster. Hello, Buster. Welcome in. Yes, we are getting our usual stuff set up. We have a token chest going, so this will be good for getting progress in here. Oh, that's right. I can't forget. I also have to place barbarians. We'll get a new assist quest after the first mission, so we'll worry about that later. And let's do our anime rant. Let us do the anime rant. So I haven't modified the wheel yet, but if it lands on something we've talked about recently, I am going to spin again because we're at the end of the season. So we're getting to the point where I am giving you guys my final thoughts of shows instead of just regular updates. So we're gonna. I didn't get enough time. We actually haven't talked about Kuma Kuma, so we'll do that. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow I'll have modified this, removed a few of the ones that we've already talked about, stuff like stuff like Gundam and Mahotsukai and Pokemon, and yeah, we'll start removing some just so that we don't have to worry about multiple spins. So for now, though, we are gonna go Kuma, Kuma, Bear Punch. If this is the naming convention of the sequels, I am curious what what a third season is going to have. I don't even know. So this is again, it doesn't say it, but this was a second season. The first season was just Kuma Bear, which, for those of you who don't know Japanese, that is literally bear in Japanese 3 times and then bear in English once. That's literally it. It is a very adorable isekai, very adorable fantasy. I don't really know what to say, because a lot of this story is just, I mean, you have your typical overpowered protagonist in Yuna. As long as she wears this bear onesie, she has the power of a god, pretty much. And she's gone on so many different adventures from the first season to this one, and I liked the adventures in this one. You know, where I loved the adventure where she went with the students on their outdoor expedition, and just showed them all up. Like, they get into a tough spot, and it's these kids. They get into a tough spot, and then Yuna just pops up and goes, "Okay, guys, you've done enough for your test. I guess I can step in now and win the day." And she just obliterates everything. I love that. Hey there, Zetman. We're talking about Kuma. I'm not Kuma Bear Punch, the second season of Kuma Bear. I love this one because Yuna is adorable. She's adorable because when she gets into combat, she has so much fun. But then she gets into social situations, and the social situations are always so awkward because she's still a 15-year-old, but she was also a socially inept 15-year-old in our world. And I love that. Like, one of the things I love the most is that she learns about Mithril, and she gets all hyped up because, oh my god, it's fantasy. Here's something fantasy-like with Mithril. And so she goes to get Mithril. She gets herself some Mithril daggers. She gets a Mithril hunting carving knife for her surrogate sister. And I love this part. She then gets a second Mithril knife for her littler sister. So she's got two little sisters in this world. And she gives one to her youngest, and everyone is looking at her going like, "Girl, do you not understand how expensive Mithril is? Do you not understand how rare it is?" And she's like, "No, you're giving a child literally a freaking something that takes years of money to make." You know, it's like, it's the equivalent of a person just deciding to give a Ferrari to a 2-year-old. Just trying to give a Ferrari to a 2-year-old or some shit. And I just like, just playing some FF16. I'm jealous, man. Unfortunately, I only have a PS4, so I can't even play Integrate. And I would love to play that right now. But, I'm jealous, man. I'm amazed you can already start getting the platinum. That's actually impressive. But going back to Kuma, yeah, I love Yuna because she blends this badass adventurer shtick with the cutesy shtick very often. I really loved how at the end of the season, I don't have a screenshot of it, but I really love how she ended up being forced to get out of the onesie and wear a dress. And I'm just like, oh, she can get out of the onesie. Because I was so convinced that the onesie was something that, like, she was physically incapable of getting out of because reasons. But yeah, they finally put her in a dress. She looks really cute. And it was like, okay, finally we get something other than a bear suit. But oh my god, I did like that. Like I said, I loved because we basically had 3 main arcs with this season. We had the arc with the students, then we had Yuna collecting Mithril, and that's when she learns that the gods that isekai'd her left her some little treasures that she can start to collect. but these treasures can also very easily cause mayhem. And then the last arc was dealing with nobles, and bless Yuna's heart, ever since the beginning, she has had a very bad opinion of nobles, because she's picturing the your typical bastard nobility in fantasy, you know, these people who are so drunk with power that they'll oppress anyone and everyone. But every noble person that she has met, from the local lord of the town that she lives in to the king of the realm, they've all been so kind and understanding and reasonable, and it's throwing her for a loop. So we finally get some real douchebag nobility in this last arc, and it was like, okay, there we go. She's finally seeing the ones that she was always afraid of, because we knew that this world had been too pure. This world had been too pure. We needed to show a little bit of the sourness of it. But again, Yuna, just being a champ like she is, just managed to trump these douche nobles all the way through. So in terms of like your typical isekai, this is definitely more along the lines of those isekai slice of lives, where it's less about defeating a demon lord, or, well, you never know, that could come later. I don't know how the original light novel works, which I know, that's kind of interesting. This is actually based off of a light novel, but look at the title. It's one of the shortest titles I've seen, and yet for some reason, it is a light novel. Like, when you think of light novel, you think something that's like a full ass sentence nowadays, but yeah, this is a light novel, so I don't know where it goes from there. It could very easily get to a point where Yuna has to save the world from a global threat from the demon lord, but most of what it is, it's just chill stuff, you know. Yuna wants to open a business so that she can eat good food. She practices cooking so that she can apologize to someone, and it turns out she creates a new dessert item that didn't exist in this world. A lot of what she does is just, she's kind of like Rimuru in that respect. She's doing stuff because she wants to kind of bring something from our world into this world, and it just blows up from there. And so it's a very chill anime, but I do still love it because, again, I love these moments where you get these isekais where they can be kind of chill. You do get the occasional fight, the occasional threat, and the monster designs in this are actually kind of nice. They feel like they're from a video game. I actually, I know this goblin screenshot keeps popping back up, but yeah, a lot of the monster designs feel good for monster designs. Yeah, one thing that I did start to notice, though, is that almost as a reason to try to accentuate how cute everything is, I wonder if it'll show up in this next screenshot. A lot of the anime has these little colorful bubbles in the corners, and it's in a lot of stuff. Like, okay, you can see like one bubble here. Although I think that might be a lens flare. I love how now none of the screenshots that showcase it are actually showing. Oh my god. But no, there's a lot of moments where you just thank you, screenshots, for making me a liar. God damn it. Oh my god. Wow, did I really just pick all the air? Did I just screenshot all the spots where the spots weren't around? I know that there was something here. Yeah, you'll just have to take my word for it. You might have seen it in another screenshot, but there's a lot of moments. Okay, here you go. Like this stuff in the corners here. These little spots. They're in a lot of scenes, and it's sort of like it's a background element. I started to notice the background element as time went on, and yeah, it's kind of everywhere, and it's just like an aesthetic choice. I just find it interesting. I just found it interesting that they have, because every anime does their own aesthetic choices. Some shows do they'll do like watercolor backgrounds, or they'll try to go for hyper-realistic backgrounds, you know. Different animes will do different things. This one seems to like pop in, like, again, like little colorful bubbles or spots in the background to kind of show like a dream-like affair to it. I mean, like, you could kind of see it in this one too a little bit. So it was just an interesting trait of the series that I started to notice. Again, another good example of the dots in the background. So I know that's kind of, I know I'm kind of ending this on a weird spot to say that, like, oh yeah, look at the bubbles, look at the bubbles. But that was one of the things that kind of, you know, kind of got to me after a while, was I was just kind of like watching, it's like, huh, this is an interesting aesthetic choice. I sometimes catch that, and when it does, it becomes hard to ignore. But yeah, this is absolutely an adorable one. If you like shows in the cute girls doing cute things genre, yes, that is a genre. That is an actual genre. If you go onto my anime list, it's literally CYDCG. Cute girls. Yeah, no, CGDCT? Cute girls doing cute things. I believe that's it, but it's an acronym, but yeah, it's a genre. It's a genre, and this is one of them. Because it's almost like 90% of the cast is cute girls. Cute girls, teenagers, or sometimes kids, but they're all adorable. They're all adorable. They're all engaging in very sweet, charming fun, and yeah, it's fun. It is a fun romp that I would absolutely recommend. If you like isekai, if you like fantasy, it's definitely a good one. So there we go. All right, so Zetman, back to what you were saying. I am jealous, but we will have to, like I said, I've only got a PS4, as you guys can see. Oh, shit. I've only got a PS4, but as you guys can see, as you guys have probably seen for a while now, I am a fan of Final Fantasy VII Remake, because that's where I got this background from. I think if I remember correctly, this particular PlayStation background, I think I had to get as a promotional material. I think I had to get either, what was it? Was it Dorito? Was it a Doritos thing? Was it it was some kind of food sponsorship. In the time leading up to Final Fantasy VII Remake, there was some kind of collab with some food or other. It was either Mountain Dew or Doritos or something else, but you had to get codes, and one of the codes got you this background, and it has been my default background ever since for my PS4. So yeah, to say that I am a fan of this game is an understatement. I love this game. When I played it, when it first came out, I mean, I like, cause obviously, for those of you who don't know though, not obviously, for those of you who don't know, Final Fantasy VII Remake came out right on the cusp of the pandemic. This game came out shortly after the pandemic hit. Oh, still gives me goosebumps. Still gives me goosebumps when I hear it. So this game came out around the time of the pandemic. And right around that time, you know, stores were closing. Stores were closing and staying closed. And the particular, like, I had pre-ordered this game. I had pre-ordered this game for my local GameStop, but then the pandemic hit and everything shut down. And I was like, I called my GameStop up like 3 separate times begging them, what are you guys going to do? How are you guys going to handle this? And they had nothing for me. They literally gave me a refund. The bastards actually gave me a refund and said, we can either try and ship it to you, and if we try to ship it to you, it's going to take several weeks, or you can go find it elsewhere. And bear in mind, at that time, if I had tried to get it from Amazon would have taken a couple of weeks. Every single avenue that I could have pursued was fucked. Every single avenue was fucked at the time because the pandemic the pandemic screwed everything up. You know, it screwed the supply chain. It delayed everything. Every single route I could have taken would have taken anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks to more than a month for it to show up. And so I made the executive decision when I got my refund, because I didn't want to wait that long. I had waited long enough for Remake. So I made the executive decision to get it digitally. Now, I have a buddy who very, you know, he had the resolve. He had the resolve and the patience to wait for his physical edition. And God bless him, because he went through the frickin' ringer, if I remember correctly. Again, like I said, a lot of places, it was minimum 2 weeks, more likely a month. I believe he had to wait a month. I cannot remember specifically, but I believe he had to wait a fair amount of time. Okay, hold on. He had to wait a fair amount of time to get his copy. Basically, by the time he got his copy, I think I was already on the way. I think I was already into my second playthrough. So we are going to stay... Yeah, we are going to be staying normal mode. Yeah, let's go 4. Camera distance. Out of battle, in battle. I would like it to be further away, but no. Pretty sure I had all of this good. No, we are not playing this in Japanese, as fun as that could be. We are going to play this in English. But, alright. Default? Normal. Okay, there we go. But yeah, to say this game, just, it gave me goosebumps when I first played it. Just the again, loading it up and hearing that opening music, it just, gave me goosebumps. Yeah, Tetsuya Nomura. You are an occupational hazard at this point. I mean, to be fair, Tetsuya Nomura did play a major part in the original of this. The difference was he was a character designer. When the first Final Fantasy VII came out, he was a character designer. So he designed Cloud and a lot of the other characters. But as you saw it, now he's the producer. So now he's gone, Nobuo Uematsu! My man, Uematsu! Battle Director Teruki Endo. Can't remember if that name sounds familiar or not. The park. The park! Oh, the Mako reactors. Question for you guys, not the question of the day, but a general question. Back before we had voice acting, did you say Mako like M-A-H or Mako like M-A-Y? When you saw this stuff, did you call it Mako or Mako? Because I actually called it Mako when I was a kid. Okay, I love this. This cutscene, it speaks so different once you've played it. Once you've played the game once over, it gives a completely different context. The fact that she's looking at Mako, and now she's staring out into the darkness. Yeah, there is some there. I'll be good and I won't spoil anything. I won't spoil anything for just in case there's someone here who hasn't played the game yet. But again, this cutscene, it's partially a recreation of what we saw in FF7 original, but the way Aerith moves about there is different, and it's such a subtle difference that, like I said, once you've played the game once over and then you watch that cutscene again, it speaks different. God, the goosebumps! Oh. God, I'm still getting goosebumps. God damn, bro. Oh. God damn. A little bit of... They did. Just a little bit, and that's why, like I said, it's hard to notice at first, but then, like I said, you rewatch it, and it's like, oh crap. Like I said, there's added context to it. Like I said, I won't say too much in case there is someone here who hasn't seen the game before. Because obviously Remake is only a couple years old, so there is still... Yes. Yes. Big boy Barrett.
Get down here, Merc.
I'm gonna need to put some more Final Fantasy VII Abridged clips into my sound alerts. Oh, I'm gonna need them for this. Oh, Chapter 1, The Destruction of Mako Reactor 1. Why are those moving? Okay. Alright. There we go. The wiggling was getting to me. Okay. You got something to say? No? Okay.
Halt! Who goes there?
Nobody.
You're up.
Okay. I was gonna say I do need the tutorials again. Square to unleash attack capable. Okay.
You're coming with us. Nice and...
Don't think so.
Okay. Key detail here. Cloud is now level 7. This actually happens in the original Final Fantasy VII as well. I never even noticed that when I was a kid, but isn't it kind of unique how the game literally starts you off? Final Fantasy VII literally starts you off, your very first battle in both Final Fantasy VII and here in Final Fantasy VII Remake, your very first battle levels you up to level 7. It levels you up. So, like, again, for people, for longtime fans of Final Fantasy, you know, going from Final Fantasy VI on the Super Nintendo, leveling up to Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation, the graphic upgrade, the everything, the fact that it then levels you up to 7, I always thought that was a really cool detail. All right, so I guess I'll keep the camera over here. I guess I'll keep the camera over here for combats, because then the reward screen will pop up there. But when I enter like pause menu, I'll swap it over so you guys can see the details.
Who in the hell? Hands where I can see them.
Sure, but do those hands have to be...
Have fun.
I mean, I'll show you my hands, but they're going to be holding a sword. ATB cage fills by attacking once the bar is full. Special action. Yeah.
Freeze! Move and we shoot.
Go ahead.
Expend ATB cages to press X to try using.
Enough of this.
Ah, right. God, I love that.
Not
Yeah,
bad.
I do too, Buster, man. I love this game. Okay, main menu and map. Well, not in battle, you can check the map. Yeah. So that's what I was saying is that, yeah, move your character. Yeah. So, like, when I'm from the main menu, yeah, so I'll, like, move over here so that... Let's get through... I just want to make sure... If we get any... Oh, okay, so, yeah. I'm sorry, there was something that... No, it is not. Fleeing is never an option. No, it is not. Information, MH3344. Can I just say I love these? Delicious, fresh, healthy, Banora White quality apple juice. That's Crisis Core. I believe the dumb apples that were such a thing in Crisis Core, those were Banora, right? They were called Banora White, but the locals called them dumb apples. Mineral water, clear icicle, which is, you know, Shiva. I love the details that they put into this stuff. Like, okay, 7, see the world through her eyes. With Shinra X sensor technology, I still love the 7. Hair tonic, ideal scalp care for hair tonic. I was just about to make a joke that Cloud probably uses it for astonishingly radiant and spiky hair. That is true, Buster. Elegance. That almost looks like Aerith, too, in there. I think... Yeah, I can't zoom, but... I think that's China. I think that's Japanese. But I still love that for astonishingly radiant and spiky hair. I love that. Red Loro. Energy... Red Loro? Loro. I mean, obviously it's a bomb, but... Air Music Gallery. We are music lovers. Not really sure what that's referencing, but then again, we've had ice. We've had ice, fire, now we have air, so... Alright, next fight. I love the orchestra remake. Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's... You
got this.
Thank you, Biggs.
Yeah, what he said.
Thank you, Wedge. Oh, okay. Guarding and evading. Oh, yeah, that's right. R1 to guard.
You're coming with us.
Can't get surrounded.
Ability... Braver.
So long.
Goodbye.
Nope.
Oh, crap! I saw the... Oh, you guys are still playing. Oh, wait, right.
Go. Enough.
I forgot I had Punisher mode.
Nothing to it.
Okay, so what else we got here? Watashi tachi ga... I don't know that kanji. I am terrible with kanji. I literally only know watashi from there. Sorry if I start judging, but no, I do too. Merging innovation with creation. What we do for Midgar and for you. And then this one is, we work hard so you can live well. Bullshit. The Sector 1 station... Okay, that doesn't seem right. This train section doesn't seem right. Because the sectors are supposed to be round. This is more rectangular. Or, no, what is that shape when it's like a rectangle but slanted? I can't remember. I can't remember what that's called. But yeah, it ain't round. It ain't round like the frickin' station is. I'm curious. I'm curious. While we go into Stream Raiders, I'm going to pull up Google Translate and I'm gonna see if I can find what's being said there. Oh yeah. Don't need that. Alrighty, Leroy, let's do it.
All right, chums up.
Ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy!
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. I'm going to need this. I am going to need this more. I'm going to hold on to that because that's going to bug me in some cases. All right. Buster, let's get you the Centurion. Let's get the next ad break going as well. Collect. Place barbarians. Get kills. What was the next? What was my new big thing? Place barbarians. Get kills. Win campaign battles. I can do that. I can do that. My God, they actually gave me an easy mission for once. All right, barbarian. We need to place barbarians. We'll do that. I say nay to over here. All right, do we have... I believe I already bought... Yeah, I already bought the only good scrolls that I needed. Okay. Let's head back in. Okay, so... I did the Google Translate. And this thing says, what we create is peace of mind in the first brackets and faith in the second bracket. So, first bracket is peace of mind, second bracket is faith. What we make is peace of mind and faith, the Shinra Construction Company. So, okay. So they are saying slightly different things. Oh, come on, I wanted to hit that. There we go. Triangle to open chests. Thank you. Which now means Which now means I am contractually obligated to scour every single section of the map for items. Thankfully, though, as long as it's not in a treasure chest, you don't have to worry about anything. Loveless. God, that stupid thing. The Adventures of Stamp Book 3. If you find boxes with the Shinra logo, press square to smash them. Smashy, smashy. Smashy, smashy.
So what's Soldier Boy's deal? Is he one of us now? He's got balls, this, what was his name again?
Cloud Strife.
Right.
And he isn't a soldier anymore. Still, he's a professional, unlike the rest of us. I'm glad to have him.
This is a one-time gig.
I love these three.
When it's done, we're done.
No, we're not. We all know that's a lie. We all know that's a lie.
Real joy to work with, though.
Real joy to look at, too.
Here we go.
Looks are what people notice first.
Oh, I'm blocking the...
Pages, people.
I'd say you're not even reading the same book.
Ow!
We're done here.
Ow!
Even the same...
Give it a rest.
Ow, Jesse! Ow!
You'll keep us safe, right, Cloud? Wow, they've almost got the door. We're doing this. We're really doing it. Man, I think I'm gonna be sick.
Wedge, don't be sick. No being sick. You're not allowed to.
Come on, nobody do something this crazy just for money. They may not think you're a true believer, but you know what I think?
Not interested.
What?
Poor Wedge.
Wedge. You better be worth the money, Merc. Every last gil.
Don't fuck up. Okay. Locking on. Oh, that's right. R3 to lock.
Get him, boy! Guess you're first. Let's do this.
Wait, wrong button.
Burn.
All right, braver. Oh, that's right. Shortcuts. I forgot about shortcuts.
Let's go.
They'll probably show me shortcuts here soon, but damn, those are some sturdy pallets. Those be some damn sturdy pallets. All right, bottle of ether. What? Hi.
Brace yourself.
Come on, buddy.
Come on. Calling fire.
And boom, baby.
Not bad.
Let's see, anything? No. Will more enemies spawn? I can't remember if they will or not. I'm just kind of looking around, but nope, up they go.
Hey, Cloud! Elevator's over there! Catch up soon!
Yeah, sure. Just let me. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay, who grabbed the Christmas lighting? Seriously, who grabbed the Christmas lighting? A Moogle medal.
This way. Huh, not so fast. We've got company.
Of course we do. Oh, oh, that pup's a looker.
Be quick. Need a light. All right. See ya. So long. That it?
I'm getting back in the groove, baby. I do think I should use a potion though. I am kind of taking a few hits. Glad I stopped. Oh, come on. Nothing. No loot. No treasure. Yeah, seriously, who thought... Oh, hi.
Let's go.
Yeah, I've seen some amazing gameplay of people who they don't use the command menu. They just they play the game like a freaking live action. Oh my god, the skill required in some cases. Like, especially playing, like, it's specifically like playing as Tifa was the tricky stuff. I don't know why they had me hold there. What the hell's he doing? What are you doing then? Alright, fine. I'm coming, I'm a-coming. Good golly, Miss Molly.
Soldiers may attack on command, but I hear they make good guard dogs too. Bet you've seen a few reactors. So how do we get to the bridge above Mako storage? Ain't holding out on me, are you?
No.
Stamp scared to bite the hand that fed him? Or is he a loyal little doggy? Have it your way, Mutt. We can do this with you, or we can do this without you.
Different reactor, different layout. Depends when it was built. Never seen one like this, but I'll manage.
Way to cope. All right. Who am I supposed to talk? Who do I not talk to? That's the question here. Because one of these I talk to.
In 3, 2.
God damn it!
I'm good.
God damn it! That was the wrong one.
Who's there? Door! Oh, wait! It's over!
That's my line.
I couldn't remember if I had to talk to all three of them or... Switching modes. Yeah, mode shift, switch between balanced, attack-oriented. Move slowly but unleash a more powerful attack. Launches a counter blow every time he guards. Cannot, however, guard against ranged attacks or magic.
We can take it! Make it rain!
Enough. See ya. Brace yourself.
I wanted to have more flirting Jesse. That was the thing.
He always knows just what to say.
Cut it out.
I got this place covered.
All right.
Simmer down, hotshot.
Yeah, okay.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I want to explore first. All right.
It's a good thing I know someone who can get us the passcodes. Pity no one else at command will talk to us, but what can you do? And we're good.
Careful in there.
They picked really good voice actors for Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse. Then again, they got good voice actors all around. I love all the voice actors. All right, so you're there. You gonna still say it?
Security is only gonna get tighter, so be ready. We can't afford any more mistakes.
Yeah. All right.
Looks like the elevator's on another floor. Mind pushing that button?
Please don't. I was about to say, don't tell me I have to hold it.
So, you know Tifa, right? It's not really my business, but are you guys close?
Yeah. I like to think they are. No matter how many times I see this town, I love how they've adapted it.
Are you ignoring me?
Tifa and I.
Also, I gotta say, I was told about this, that when they wanted to make Final Fantasy Remake, they wanted to try to give everything a more realistic look. You know, obviously they wanted to kind of push for that higher graphical fidelity. But one thing that I really appreciate is that they realized that when they realized that when they tried to create everything as like hyper realistic, the characters were very, very, very human-like. They realized that they had kind of an
appear to call themselves Avalanche, sir.
they realized they had kind of an uncanny valley situation going
We
on.
are currently
So
investigating whether they belong to the same group that made the attempt on your life.
they actually made very small tweaks
Rest
to the
assured,
faces
our inquiries will not take much
to
longer.
give them a bit of an anime look. So obviously the eyes are much bigger. The eyes are actually a
This
lot bigger
Paul's
than
sole
regular.
purpose is to drain the planet dry. While you sleep, while you eat, while you shit, it's here sucking up Mako. It doesn't rest, and it doesn't care. You do realize what Mako is, don't you? Mako is the lifeblood of our world. The planet bleeds green.
Like I said, I
like you
love
and me bleed
the
red.
small details that
The
they
hell you think's gonna happen when it's all gone, huh? Answer me! You gonna stand there and pretend you can't hear the planet crying out in pain? I know you can!
You really hear that?
Damn straight I do!
Get help.
God, I love this version of Cloud so much.
I'd worry less about the planet and more about the next 5 seconds. Save the screaming for later.
Yeah, like I said, it's all in the eyes. Like, the eyes are definitely a little bit, just slightly exaggerated. Just enough to give it kind of like an almost anime feel, while still retaining some good realism. And I love that.
You listening, Merc? One false move. And that happens.
Well, so much for having Cloud do all the fighting. There are some places a sword just can't reach.
So, Jesse, Wedge, Biggs, you all have guns. Give him one.
For me, would you?
Just give him a gun. Give Cloud a gun and I'll be good. Just give Cloud a gun and
Should
I'll
have
be good.
asked for more money.
Yeah, you joke, Cloud, but Barrett is fun. Alright, so how do I switch characters again? Barrett specializes in... Okay, issue commands, switches up, down, left, right. Okay. Evade, guard, command shortcuts, lock on, issue commands. Oh, yeah, L2, R2 so that they can... Right. Okay.
Gonna throw your sword at him? Let the man with the gun go to work. These tin cans ain't got nothing on me.
Abilities... One can deliver heavy hitting attack that fills a large portion of... Okay.
Now for the real show. Damn it. Come on. Damn it.
Oh, that's right.
Get your ass out of here.
Okay, still gotta learn. I never really learned Barrett. Barrett was always tricky for me. Yeah.
Bring it home. Do your job first.
Shut up and move over. It's over.
There we go. He did the thing! He did the thing! I thought we'd have to wait a while for him to do that. Holy crap. He did the fanfare. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything else to grab.
Look what we
Oh.
have here.
A laser security system. Great.
Okay.
Those things will hurt more than your pride if you're careless. They'll cut you down to size and then some. But I'm guessing you've done this kind of thing before.
Yeah. Figure out the timing of the lasers. Then, make a move when they cycle off.
Exactly. I'll go first. Nothing like a little danger to get the blood pumping.
Hey!
Okay, hold on, guys. I'm gonna do. I thought I wanted to do this as soon as we got to this. This is a bit of a challenge, so I am going to set up a prediction. I'm gonna set up a prediction, so you guys can. How many times will Cloud get zapped? There's none. You've got none, and you have... Well, okay. 0 to 1, or 2+. So here's the gamba. How many times will Cloud get zapped? Will you do 0 or 1, or will I get 2? The streamer mod will need to confirm the outcome within 24 hours at the end. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So we got the prediction going, guys. Feel free to place in your votes. Again, whichever side wins. I wonder how a children's character works on a team like that.
River, would you like to try that again? Because I think you didn't, you may want to try and reword that. How a children's character work? Oh, no one wants to play? Okay. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean, River? How a child character works in, like, teen-like games? We have lots of how in a teen, like, I River? I have no idea what you're trying to ask, because that sort of thing happens all the time. Child actors voice in work meant for teens and adults all the time. It works just fine. I have no idea what you're trying to get at. Buster, I heard Square didn't have to negotiate with Noble to come back. I believe I remember hearing about that, and yeah.
Just keep
Nobuo Uematsu is an amazing man. Press L3 to keep dashing. Yeah. But, yeah, River, I don't know where your problem is. Like a teen-like game? River, you like playing JRPGs, right? Lots of JRPGs have kid characters. Lots of them. Obviously, this one doesn't, but this one has Marlene. And Marlene is voiced by a kid. So yeah, I don't know what your yeah, I do not understand the question. Yeah. I'm afraid I... Ah! Damn it!
You're doing good, soldier.
Well, there's one sap. I didn't even see it.
Let's see what's up next.
More lasers.
Hey, more of the same. Come on, then.
1, 2, 3.
Pretty easy, right?
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, stop,
4, 5. Ah!
Like a walk in the park, huh?
I was right, it was 5! Are you getting zapped? Barrett, why are you getting zapped?
Well, I'm glad that's over with. And we're almost at our... Look.
Okay.
They don't
Ah,
call
these
for nothing.
things.
They can wipe out a whole squad in seconds.
Ooh, these are gonna be fun.
Them first.
This is gonna be fun.
Ah, we can take
Oh!
That hunk of junk is a heavy weapons platform. If we rushed in, we die.
this. Is that right?
Need to hit it with magic. That should give us an opening. Time to burn.
Wrong thing! Hitting enemies with certain attacks or dealing large amounts of damage will temporarily knock them off balance and pressure will appear. We've done pressure! I don't have lightning!
Let's pin it down. Give it all you've got.
There it is! Thunder! Right! Get that stagger! Enemies who wears the staggered are defenseless and take more damage. Using unique abilities on a quickly blah 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 blah.
Down again. No time to complain.
River! Hit the river! And it goes boom!
First. Huh? Soldier first class. Doesn't go into the points.
Huh.
What the hell you talking about? I mean your age, not your goddamn rank.
Yeah! Damn, Cloud!
Though for all I know, a soldier's rank could be the same as his age. Guess that makes you a 1-year-old, huh? Live and learn.
Barrett got you there, Cloud. Barrett definitely got you there. All right. Can we just destroy these now? I know they're gonna come back to life. I'd like to just destroy them now, please. Ah! Having trouble keeping the Elmo voice going. I don't know why. It's not like it's hurting my voice or anything. I'm just trying to... I can't seem to get the exact accent just right. Okay. Here we go. The reactor! No!
That's our target, the reactor core. Gotta set the bomb at the bottom.
Don't fuck up!
Let's get down there.
Okay. Oh, there is a way to...
Damn, I can practically taste the Mako.
I can't remember if I learned that before. I don't know if...
My heart's pounding like a jackhammer.
Barrett, calm down!
More like excited. I've been dreaming about this for years.
Okay. Oh,
Heads up, boys. The end's in sight.
looks like it's...
Rest in your capable hands. Good luck.
Well, thank you, Jesse.
Not
All right.
that way. Down the ladder, dummy.
Screw you, Jesse. Let me explore. All right.
This won't take long.
All right, watch and learn.
Boom, 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 boom. Any good items? Nope. All right. Remember I got to meet him once in meet and greet after a Distant Worlds concert? God.
Think if we fell
Yeah.
we'd sink right down to the bottom, to the planet's core.
Ooh.
No, the pump would suck us back up.
How comforting.
Good God. You know, I actually got to as well one time, Buster. But I still, God. I think I still have the picture. I don't think it's not on this computer. It's on my desktop. But I do still have the picture, and good God, is it not, it is not charming. It is probably like, it was the first, I still remember it, Buster, because it was the first concert I ever went to. The first actual, like, theater level concert I ever went to was a Distant Worlds concert, and at that time I got to go to a meet and greet as well. And I think I still have, hold on, I think I still have it. Oh shit, where'd it go? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Where the fuck did it go? Well, I had a copy of the music. I had a CD that I got signed by Nobuo Uematsu, but I don't know where the hell it is. But yeah, because it was my first ever concert, I didn't know what to wear, and so I got this one, like, white and blue shirt from my dad. And this was during a point in time when my hair was just starting to thin. So my hair looked crappy. The shirt I was wearing was ill-fitting. It again, if I have the picture because I always want to hold on to it because, you know, it's definitely a fond memory, but oh my God, did I wear just an absolutely terrible outfit. It was just, like I said, it was very poorly chosen. I'll just say that. It was a poorly chosen outfit that I to this day kind of regret grabbing, but again, it was the first concert I ever went to. So I have since gotten better outfits. I'm still not the best, you know, I'm still not the most fashionable person out there, but I at least try now when I go somewhere nice, like a concert hall or something. I try to dress up a little bit, but yeah.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
But yeah, that's just an interesting story for me. Okay. Now, how many times is this fight gonna take?
All right, let's see if Little Stamp really can bite the hand that feeds.
But you're the one paying me.
Go on, do the honors. Prove to me you're the man Tifa says you are. That you're one of us.
Never said I was. I'm just here for the paycheck.
Sure you are.
Then do the damn job!
Oh. I love this dynamic, this early dynamic between Barrett and Cloud. Hello, Sephiroth.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
I'm fine. What about the timer?
Your call, Merc.
Oh! Okay, we'll set the timer right after Stream Raiders. Yeah, we'll set the timer right after Stream Raiders. I exited the game to kind of pseudo-pause it. Because I don't know what happens if I let it sit for a second. We're gonna, well, so let's get started.
Alright, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this.
Alrighty. Let's demolish these bugs. Nicely done. Alright, Clam Bake. I will give you a reward. And then I will give Buster a reward as well. I wasn't sure if I was going to get 2 rewards or not, but there we go. I do want to try to make sure I spread the love around. Alright, we got a loyalty skin chest. Got a loyalty skin chest incoming. Again with... How... It's like you don't even trust... It's like you think I'm not going to be able to win. Well, fine. I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll drop the rogue. I'll drop the flying rogue, and we'll have fun there. Yeah, 15 kills are going to be tough if things continue to be as light as they are. All right. I know what I want to set it to. I am confident in my skills. I am confident in my skills. 20 minutes.
Pretty cocky, ain't you?
Yes, I am. Especially since the timer doesn't start until after we do this.
Heads up.
What in the hell?
Oh, this fight.
Hey, how the hell do we fight this thing?
It's got reinforced armor plating, but the internals can be overloaded. Lightning magic.
No other option, huh?
Shit!
Should I be worried?
Maybe.
Here we go. Don't overdo it.
No, wait. Stop doing that.
Hell yeah! You see the damage that did?
Keep it up.
Crap.
Gotta win this one for the planet. I'm counting on you.
Ah, crap, of course. I get the stun right as soon as I get to the next phase. God bless it. Run.
A barrier? Never seen this defense system before.
Thought you were the expert.
So what's your brilliant plan, genius?
Damn it.
Try this.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, weak spot. Okay. Yeah, I know the potions.
Not looking good. Damn it. I need to heal up soon.
Okay, Barrett, please. Item, potion, me. Damn it.
Burn.
There it is.
Hit it hard and fast.
Oh, you're in for it now.
Just shoot. It's on you.
It's my time to shine.
Or go down in flames.
Oh boy. Ability, focus thrust. Ah, I'm out. Oh crap.
Pain in the ass.
Come on. And boom, 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 boom. Oh, come on, no pressure. No pressure, no pressure. Come on, focus thrust.
You ain't stopping us.
There we go. And phase shift again. Uh-oh. Oh, crap, that's right. This is when he... Oh, crap, this is when the laser stops.
Watch the tail. You don't want to be hit by that laser.
Huh? So, what do we do?
Don't get hit. Take cover behind that debris.
Huh?
It's wide open. Gonna light it up. Time to fry. Suck on this.
Come on. Come on. Boom, 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 boom!
That thunder I hear?
Oh!
Could use a break.
Oh, crap.
Gotta love it. Hey, it's doing that thing again.
Find cover and hunker down.
Again and again and again. Little pick me up. It's wide open. Gonna light
Alright.
it up.
Ah, crap. Ah, why do I keep using this? Crap. Uh-oh.
How is this thing still running?
That is a good question.
Getting tired of that laser?
Next, don't get tired or complain.
And you get tired of my complaining, huh? Solid copy. Suck on this.
Come on. Break!
It's wide open.
Damn it! Stop leaving! Uh-oh. Oh, this bot's pissed. Oh, this bot is pissed.
Oh, hell. What's it doing now?
An auto repair unit. Damn it. We gotta take it out quicker. We're screwed.
Wait, where's the...
Oh, I am way ahead of you, Murph.
Okay.
Gotta time our attacks just right. Hold out until you spot an opening.
Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Gotta heal up.
Oh crap! Oh my god.
Gotta heal up when I have
All right.
It's down. Rain hell on it.
Ain't gotta tell me twice.
Now it's staggered. Oh my god. Wait, now I can do limit. I can do limit break.
Let's do this.
I can do. Yes! 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 Ah, yeah. Oh. Not my cleanest victory, but I'm taking it. Uh-oh. All right.
Shit, the ball.
About to say it ain't a victory yet. Ain't a victory yet, because we still got to get the hell out of here. Now, I'm surprised that that doesn't contaminate the Mako.
You hear that? Damn thing showed you how it's done.
Come on, we've got to move.
Yep, we have 20 minutes now.
Wedge should be covering our way out. Go, go, go!
Hey, dude, do you have an internet? Am I? I'm not seeing any issues. Try refreshing. Sometimes Twitch has issues, and quick refresh quick refresh can do wonders. Oh, look at that. Fresh boxes. Let's keep. Go, 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 go. Yeah, like I said, I am not seeing any frame drops right now, Buster, so if you're having issues, I would suggest refresh the stream and see if that fixes it.
Nothing to it.
Oh crap, that's right, time doesn't stop. Ah, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. Huh. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like I said, according to OBS, I'm not having any frame rate drops. Huh. Oh, so kind of like when I end up... Okay. Gotcha. Well, like I said, I'm not seeing any issues.
Do I look okay? Help a girl out, would you?
Yeah, my internet's still working. I'm not seeing any drop frames. Is anyone else having problems?
We'll link up over there. Look after Jesse.
Okay.
Come this way. This route should lead us straight to Barrett. Probably. I think I see an exit. Come on.
Okay. Get that MP.
Don't look back. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let me get the treasure. If anyone else is currently on, River, T, anyone, if you guys are having issues, let me know.
We're running out of time.
Shut up and climb.
No, we're not.
You're not helping.
Sorry, it keeps me focused. I'll freak out if I don't talk.
Have it your way.
All right, there's Barrett over there.
Barrett!
I've got you covered. Find us the way out of here.
If it still persists, let me know, and I'll see if there's anything I can do on my end.
I've got Soldier Boy with me.
soldier boy.
They're here! Take them down! We don't have time for this shit! The clock's ticking!
Cool it. 5 seconds is all we need. That's that. See ya.
Okay.
Get the hell out of here ASAP.
Why can I go down? There's something over there that I can grab? Yeah, there is. I can't say no! I can't say no to free loot! Alright, fuck it. Alright, go, 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 go. Yeah, I'm not seeing any treasure chests over there or anything. Kinda wish I could open that, but... Go, 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 baby! Damn. No? Okay.
Brace yourself.
There we go.
That was easy.
Well, for a second I thought we had to fight a second one. Alright, let's go. Do we have to go through the lasers again? Eh, kinda.
No shit. Enough. Let's get this over with. So long.
There we go. Anything else? No?
Another one in the bag.
No, definitely want to grab those. Give me that Mako. Give me that Mako. Thank you. Wait, sir. I was about to say. There we go. Just waiting for the stagger. Barrett leveled up. There we go, baby.
Sure you could.
Gotta love physics.
You go and
Oh, Barrett, don't do that to me! Whoa! Damn it. Stop with the...
Try me. It's over.
There we go.
How'd you like that?
Just zap it. Okay, took a...
Never in doubt.
Yeah, cure me, please. That was definitely a lot of damage. Eh, screw it. Use a potion. It's about the same amount of healing. Tip, 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 tip. Wow, okay. I had 15 minutes, damn it. I could have explored a lot more. I could have explored a whole lot more. Holy crap.
Sir.
God, this frickin'... I do love that they kind of changed this up from the original, because obviously the original, everything blew up fine. In the original, everything blew up fine, but in this one, the bomb didn't have enough punch, so Shinra actually faked the explosion to pin the blame on him. I was faint, but I could see his hand kind of shake a little bit.
Doors open.
Sprint to safety. But I don't want to sprint to safety. I want to sprint to items. On.
If I couldn't. Believe me, you'd be the first to know.
Damn it, Jesse.
I'll take that as a yes.
Dude, the man would be a dragoon.
Okay, that was pretty cool.
The man would be a dragoon in any other game. With jumps like that, the man would be a dragoon in other games. Just, goddamn. God damn, I love that. Attack command will allow you to strike an opponent. Elite troops assigned to Shinra's public division. Guarding, public security, limit breaks, materia. Thank you.
Looks like we made it. And with nothing but a few scratches to show.
Oh, a few more than scratches.
Think you might have overdone it?
I followed the instructions to the letter. Maybe it triggered a reaction with the Mako?
Well, let's hope the city's still in one piece.
But the planet's what matters, right? I mean, this must have helped some.
After all that, it had better have. Anyway, let's get going. We in Sector 8?
That'd be just down there.
All right then, lead the way.
You got it. Huh.
So I do gotta admit, I
Watch
like
out for
this.
live wires. They're everywhere.
I like this mechanic here because this is kind of like a this kind of is hiding loading screens.
Can't wait to get out in the open.
Claire from RE, is that the voice actor?
Man, what is that?
But hello,
Never
Sloth.
smelled anything so foul. Oh, it's me. Gotta do something about that, and soon.
Looks like her. Gotcha. I can see that. But yeah, I was gonna say, this sort of hallway thing with dialogue and everything, it's it's hiding loading screens,
Felt that one in my guts.
and I like that.
Keep on coming.
We need to get out of this place.
Like I've actually heard people say,
The primary explosive? The blasting agent?
Hey, we can figure that out later.
I'm running on empty here.
Satananas, thank you for the epic buster.
Next time I'll have to bring a little pick-me-up.
Yes, because he's overweight, and thus all overweight people think about his food. Can we
How much farther do we
please?
have to go?
Not far.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I know a lot of big comedians like to lean into that as well. Like, I love Gabriel Iglesias. I love John Pinette. I love big comics who aren't afraid to talk about it like that, but it is still
That's about as good a place
such...
as any.
Stand back then. I'll set the bomb.
Oh, shoot. No, I want to see the bomb.
Can't wait to see you, Marlene.
Can't wait to take a hot shower.
That's all I think about. Well, I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. I love food too. I love food just as much as the next person.
She's good to go. Fire in the hole!
And Barrett's just, yeah!
those doors.
Let that be a lesson to anything that gets in my way.
I love these characters. But again, it really bugs me how rarely there are big characters in games, anime, what have you. I mean, I've said this before. Japan has a stigma against overweight people, but I really like Wedge. You know, like as this game goes, Wedge actually really kind of redeems himself in a lot of ways, but it is still a stereotype that always just kind of feels like, okay, it's not a hurtful one. It's one of those things that's just like, okay, we've done this before, you know, move on. It's one of those stereotypes just gets old.
Attention all citizens. This is an alert from the Shinra Emergency Operations Center.
I actually like this chapter of Remake because it shows the devastation of destroying this sort of thing in a city.
In response, a disaster warning has been issued in sectors 1 and 8. Structures in the area are at high risk of collapse.
Because yeah, you blow up something like that in a town, in a city, there's gonna be collateral.
No way.
Yes, way.
This couldn't have been us, could it?
Well,
But
yes
what
and
if
no.
it was?
What's done is done.
Merc's right. It ain't pretty, but we can't stop now. This was just the first reactor, and the planet won't be safe till we get the rest.
Yeah. We always knew this was gonna get messy.
Pretty much.
And this is only the beginning.
Y'all gotta look at the bigger picture here. Nothing worth fighting for was ever won without sacrifice. Though you may not be crying out, I know you're in pain, just like the planet.
Why does he look
But
like a
it's
skinnier
okay,
Ryu?
'cause I'm here for you, to help take the load off your
I don't
shoulders.
know.
Your fears, your worries, your concerns, and yes, your fees. Whatever your problem, I got you.
So, what's our next move, boss?
That's easy enough. We get our asses home.
I'm with Big Man. Let it burn. I don't know what's going on, but let it burn. Well, welcome in, Sloth, all the same. So we just destroyed a we just destroyed the rough equivalent of what is a nuclear reactor in this world. I can't get a shot of it from here, but we basically destroyed a nuclear reactor that was attached to the city. And yeah, these guys are surprised that it caused as much damage as it did. Although, strictly speaking, the reason why they're talking the way they are is because while it has
Shoot for the last train home. Regroup in the freight car. Got it?
Later then.
yeah, while Mako has kind of like the energy production of, say, nuclear power plants, it actually directly saps the energy from the world.
Hey, I'd like my money now.
If I was FF Universe, I'd be considered evil because I love destruction. Oh boy.
Base.
Also, hello Jason. If I was in the FF Universe, yeah. Nah, destruction, as long as it's justified, destruction isn't so bad. I wouldn't do this realistically as I'm more professional, but I made a streamer and a viewer laugh earlier. Oh, what's this? Oh, thank you.
I don't need to tell you what this is, right?
Of course not. It's healing material.
You can have it for saving my life.
Cool.
Just doing my job. Nothing more.
Cloud, take the damn material.
Yeah. Fact is, I'm lucky you were there.
As shit blows up in the background.
Survival can be a matter of luck or skill. And you can't rely on luck.
Words to live by.
That is very true. And you know what's funny?
Well, thanks.
That just immediately made me think of,
You do know what I was, right?
that actually makes me think of Goblin Slayer. That actually makes me think of Goblin Slayer. Survival can be down to luck or skill, and you cannot rely on luck. That's... I know this is a tangent, but one of the things I loved about Goblin Slayer, and since we're talking about destruction and everything, I love how Goblin Slayer, like, every time he goes in to fight goblins and everything, he makes sure he gets out alive, because he makes sure he knows what he's doing. You know, he knows what he's getting into. He over prepares, and yeah, I can skip. I know how this works. There we go. So let me read back up. So I made a streamer and a viewer laugh. Someone redeemed something to troll the streamer and said, "Oops, my finger slipped." And I timed them out and immediately untimed them out and said, "Oops, my finger slipped." Okay, that's pretty good. That's the time stone. I saw it in Marvel. Jason, I'm evil without needing FF. Fair enough, fair enough. Let's do that. And fire. Not like we're going to be fighting much, but...
Okay, I was only trying to help.
It's alright, Jesse.
Oh, before I forget, here's a little something extra for being so brave. That really was the ride of a lifetime. Well, see you on the train.
She is such a flirt, and I love her. If Tifa wasn't already my waifu, Jessie would have been a close second.
Are there any trains going to the slums?
Okay, right. I guess we gotta switch over here. Because we're gonna get...
Public security help.
I repeat.
the Mrs. Arcade. Okay.
Unidentified intruders have detonated a bomb inside
More Loveless. Oh, hi, treasure chest.
multiple explosions have been confirmed.
But yes, welcome in, Sloth. Welcome in, Jason. We just started this. Like I said, we destroyed... There's the reactor we destroyed. There's the reactor we destroyed. So, yeah, again. think of how much damage just blowing up a regular building would have in a city. And now you add an energy reactor to the mix. I mean, it's no wonder this sort of stuff happens. Okay. On the map screen, you can check your current objective. Yeah. We'll do that in a second. For now, we got Stream Raiders. And thank you to Buster, Satananus, Clambake, and Kona. And Leroy. And Leroy.
Alright, thumbs up.
Ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy!
Didn't know how many times I was going to have to say and Leroy, but here we are. Let's do this, baby. Very nicely done, guys. All right, for the gold, I guess I got to give it to Buster because Buster is our MVP, but I am going to have to spread out the love a little bit. Satananus, thank you for the epic earlier. I will give you the bonus scroll. Then I will collect my gold, collect my scrolls. Musketeer, we're getting... Is this level 30? No, this is level 29, isn't it? This is level 29. Damn it! Almost! We have so many units at 29! So many units at 29, but almost none of them at 30. Ugh, getting that last 30, man, that is going to be a nightmare. I didn't even look to see if I got a scroll or a skin. I don't think I got a skin. If you guys did, congratulations. Obviously, we're still trying to prioritize those. But, yeah, I hope you guys got it. I should have placed a barbarian. I'm stupid. Oh, well, day's going to be going on for long enough, so it doesn't really matter. All right. Oh. Yeah, I mean, mean, technically we are terrorists.
A disaster warning has been issued in sectors 1
I knew I shouldn't have worked late.
Structures in the area are at high risk of collapse, rendering the entire sector
Cloud!
hazardous.
Up here! Look up!
Immediate evacuation
I
is
said look
advised.
up! Careful up here. This could collapse at any moment. If
Oh,
you want
lovely.
out, you'll have to use those stairs.
Okay.
May alternatively contact security headquarters. I repeat.
Oh, don't make... Why is there so much Christmas lighting in this world? Wait, interact?
The stairs are right there if you want to try crossing the rubble.
Yeah, thank you. I thought I saw a treasure chest up here. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I have grenades. Oh. I do feel bad for the public. To think all this work and all it probably would have taken was a well-placed pipe bomb. Not necessarily, but... No, it actually was a bit of a conspiracy sloth. So what ended up happening was the bomb was actually not... The bomb that we placed was not enough. And so the powers that be, the actual owners of the power plants, chose to blow it up to do as like a publicity stunt.
Hey, hear me? If you can, give us a sign.
Got someone in need of medical attention. Send a stretcher.
Well, good. Now you guys get to see what it's like for a while.
Station's intact.
Is it? Okay. Could this man have parked any closer to the curb? Like, okay, I am, okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm focusing on the wrong things. It looked like this guy crashed his, the emergency truck into the wall. Let's see, can I cannot attack right now. Ah, there it is. And there it is. Fire. God, that is some amazing detail on the eyes. That is some outstanding eye detail. Hi, guy. Feel like we're a little early for that. What, the guy with the trench? This guy? Which guy? Big guy or small guy? The guy who's 6'0" or the guy who's 5'11"? Spooky man, the 6'0" guy. I know how, but I won't explain how.
But then...
And now I can't do anything but I have to walk like I'm not even gonna finish that sentence. Just blip 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 blip. It's the guy from Kingdom. Thank you, Sloth. Thank you, Sloth. Yes, it's the guy from Kingdom Hearts. Blip 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 blip. I think my game's glitching, you guys. I don't know what to do. Will you frickin'... I want you guys to know I am holding the controller forward
real.
so damn hard.
You're dead.
I am.
I killed you with my own...
Oh, you need not remind me. It was the crowning moment of our time together.
Imagine if you downloaded the wrong game, you opened the door and he was twerking.
This is now.
If I was playing on PC, I'm sure there's a mod that could do that.
Our beloved planet is dying. Slowly. Silently. Painfully. Can you bear to see the planet suffer? Cloud.
Oh, yep.
Were the planet to die, so many things would be lost. Your hometown, that burned so bright. The sound of her voice, pleading for me to spare you. The shiver of her flesh, yielding to cold steel.
Was this supposed to be an argument of keeping the planet alive so that we could hear people suffer?
That which binds us together would be no more.
He is!
And I would be loath.
He is trying to just, okay.
Which is why I must ask you this one favor.
It was a canon event.
Don't
Oh
worry.
god, Sloth.
It's a simple thing. Run, Cloud. Run away. You have to leave. You have to live.
You bastard!
Good, Cloud. Very good. Hold on to that hatred.
Apparently that sword swipe was so strong it blew away all the fire. Satananas, thank you for the epic war beast. But yeah, that entire rambling was literally Sephiroth saying, we need the planet to live so that I can enjoy more suffering.
Fumes from all the Mako, maybe. All right. You got this.
That was literally his... Okay. So if I go back this way... How did I get through here if this was blocked off? He like me for real? Oh, Sloth. Soar. Okay. Oh, come on! Oh, come on! This is Squaresoft. We just... They really didn't think to put in Sora? They really... Just swap the R and the A. They could... This could have been a... This bit of graffiti could have been a fun Easter egg. I'm sure these are Easter eggs, but... Oh, is it... Does it say... No, because you got the little nya. The little nya at the bottom there. So it's an R. That's an R. No, that is an R. I understand the distinction, Sloth, but no, that was definitely an R. Oh wait. Oh, this little guy. This little pupper Stamp. And what looks like an alien? I don't know. Okay. How did you idiots crash? Oh, did they crash? Wait, no. How the hell did you do this? Like, seriously, how the hell did you manage to get stuck like this?
I think that's about to give way too.
This place got hit too?
My girlfriend's waiting for me at the station.
My family, they're at the station. Shooting for the station? Take the alley and climb up to the roof of that building at the end, and you're practically there.
If you make it that far.
Okay.
I hope whoever did this.
I'm very happy. Because I get to play this game again, so I am very happy I did this. I know the Final Fantasy with Noctis you can mod the game and get a Keyblade. And I know that this is on PC as well, so I would not be surprised if you could make a Keyblade in this as well.
You are advised to vacate the area immediately. The explosions at the reactor have caused numerous ongoing fires. Many homes are at risk. It is not safe to remain indoors. Please leave your residences at once. I repeat. This is an alert from the Shinra Emergency
Sorry, I'm just listening to the girl in the background.
Man, what a mess.
You are advised
Yes.
to vacate the area immediately. The explosions at the reactor have caused numerous ongoing fires.
Sorry, Dad.
Many homes
I
are
should
at
have
risk.
never said I
It is
wanted
not
to
safe
come
to
up
remain
here.
indoors. Please leave your residences at once.
Uh,
I repeat,
What'll become of
this
us?
is an alert from the Shinra Emergency Operations Center. The evacuation order has been issued.
more potion. Oh, wait. What do you have to say?
Once you're on the street, you want to head for the plaza with the fountain. Station's not too far.
Okay. Pharmacy open from 11 o'clock to 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Okay. Oh, just a riveting chapter, everyone. Just an absolutely riveting chapter. But I do like this moment to kind of showcase the sheer... Again, how did you people do this? Okay, so we want... something about a fountain? I see a pretty purple material.
Don't let the intruder escape.
I don't...
Security's everywhere.
Cloud? Purple materia. No. Cloud.
Must be close.
Purple materia, Cloud. It's worth the
Don't
risk.
let the intruder escape.
Purple materia, Cloud. It's worth the risk.
No need to make it harder for yourself.
Yes, there is a need to make it harder for yourself. It's called purple materia. Hi, Pick.
The fire won't spread this far, will it?
I must ask you to remain in the hotel. Wait,
The Bar Casmo.
You see the army guys? They got
It's total chaos near the reactor.
What does this place have? We got hamburger, hash browns, roasted chicken, fresh juice, coffee, and espresso. Damn it, that's all basic shit. Come on. Oh, fresh meat market. Quick, let's buy some meat. We got fires working everywhere. Working on my map. So far, I have the Path of Courage fully done. Very nice. Very, very cool, man. Fashion. just fashion. Sorry, I have to stop and explore. Beaufort, Ride the Wind, live music. It's Loveless Oh, is this Loveless Corner? It is. There's Aerith. There's Aerith. You even got the Triforce in there. Nice. Yep, it's Loveless Corner. And we're seeing the first signs of an interesting phenomenon. Hi, Seth Dog.
You are too weak to save anyone.
Well, give me some time, dude. I just started the game. Give me some time to level up and I'll become stronger. I'm shocked Zelda never thought of making a plot point around the triangle within the Force. Oh, like the Null Force? Yeah, that would be interesting.
Here, this is for you.
Maybe they're holding on to it for a little while.
A flower?
That's right. It's a gift. You know, for scaring those things away.
What things?
Never mind. Think of it as a memento.
Just my luck.
I heard that, you know.
How much?
How much?
Well, that depends on the customer. In your case...
Thank you for this flower that will die within the hour.
It's on the house.
Huh? The music.
Lovers used to give these when they were reunited.
Aerith, and you're giving me this to give to Tifa.
Look,
I love it.
Dangerous things.
Oh, I'm sure you are. So?
So keep your distance.
Wait, you think someone's out to get you? Is that what you're all worked up about? Relax. No one's going to attack you. I promise.
Aerith, you don't know how this game works.
Hey,
I do.
A Mako reactor just blew. You shouldn't be out here trying to self...
And the creatures are back. Hey, you as well, man. You know, I hope you managed to make some good progress today. All right, the Dementors are here, everyone. Get your Patronuses ready. The Dementors are here. Oh, wait, wrong game.
What are they?
I can't remember if we ever got an actual name for them.
Drop your weapon!
I know we got something close, but...
Are you blind?
You know, you're right.
Wait!
Oh, here we go.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too, Aerith. I'll see you in a few hours.
Sword on the ground! Right now!
No! This is my sword.
Let's do this. That's that. Get ready. Enough. It's over.
Anyone else?
Not bad.
Sweet. All right, purple material, purple material, purple material, purple material. Damn it!
That's that. It's over. Shit.
Thank you, Mander. I'm trying.
Let's do this.
And boom! Aw, man. I was really hoping that would do more damage.
Never in doubt.
Give me the purple, give me the purple, give me the purple, give me the purple. Give me the purple, give me the purple. Thank you! Alright. I still can only equip 2 items. I think I'd rather... yeah, let's keep this for now. Wait, which way am I going again? Not this way, gotcha. So there's probably some loot down here.
And avoid the plaza near the expressway. Train services may be suspended without warning. Should this occur, your patience and understanding are
Oh well, I got materia. Oh, can I get in this? It looks like it's running. Come on, can I get in this? Damn it. Oh, thank you, Mander.
Near the expressway is still extremely dangerous.
Thank you much.
Those in the vicinity
Okay, this woman on the PA is starting to bother me. I'm getting... Alright, so no other treasure. Ah, the boxes. Thank you for a potion. Moving on. Okay. I think I have gotten everything that I can. She went down through here, but... Shut up. Oh! Buster filling out the trifecta for Mander. Well, thank you, Buster. What is this? Midgard tour. Love and peace! Wrong world, wrong world. Velvet Voix? Velvet Voix? I don't know. Purple material. Purple materia. Aw, man! That didn't...
Is that it?
Is it? I think. Deadly... I want.
All clear.
And ba-boom!
Was never in doubt.
And can I just say, I wanted to say this a little earlier, but I'm gonna say it now. I love how they actually put the detail in for any weapon that any character has. Every character that we get. Barret, Aerith, Tifa, and Cloud. Your weapon will change based on which one you have equipped, and it also changes how the materials are aligned. So like when we first started, I only had 1 green, then I went to 2 greens, now I have a green and a purple. I love that they put that, I love that attention to detail in games. The only thing that sucks is that your accessory doesn't get shown. So like your accessory sadly doesn't so like yeah, this bangle doesn't show up on the character, which I feel like considering they're all bangles, they're all wristbands, I feel like everyone should have been able to wield to show that. Cause like, yeah, seriously, it's not even like it would have been that difficult, but oh well. That's me nitpicking. I've always loved games that had that attention to detail where, depending on what you have equipped, it actually changes.
Just give it up!
Whoa, what's going on there? What? Oh, the explosion. Oh, 2 for the price of 1, baby. Helicopter? Hi, helicopter! Bitch, yeah, you ain't getting me there. Uh-oh. Sure, why not? The limit's gonna go away after this, so... Boom, and a boom, and a boom! Uh-oh, Grenadiers. Spell, cure, heal me! Healer, heal thyself. Crap, run! Get out of the way! Okay.
So much for the direct route. Find
Yeah.
another way.
Yeah.
Use the rooftops, maybe.
Yeah, I got that. I don't care. We got a whole ass arena to explore, and I knew there'd be stuff. There we go. Was that 400 or 420? I didn't see. Wait, you got people are coming? Hey, look at that. People want to fight me. Come on, bitch.
Let's do this.
Ha ha! Wasn't that fun? All right, moving on. I don't need to be grinding anything right now.
Public security.
Yes, it is. Thank you for stating the obvious, Cloud. The copter is still following. Alright. There's...
But the rooftops are clear.
Oh, that's why he said what he said. He wanted to point that out. Another potion. Nice. I suppose.
Over there!
Oh, come on!
Fire! Shoot to kill!
Okay, bastard. You wanna play? Oh, I don't get to play.
Be advised, target approaching residential area. Seal all access immediately.
Good luck with that.
Target sighted! Get him!
It's all or nothing now.
Yeah, good luck stopping me. Oh! There we go. Now we're in business. How do I go down from here? Oh, right here. I hear the copter. It's probably right above my head. All right, dumbasses, you want to fight me? Just jump over the fire. Just jump over the fire. Aw, crap. No, wait. No, I want to... Wait. Oh, well, that's easy. Oh, that was a little too easy. God bless it! Fine. They love giving me grenades, don't they? They really do love giving me these grenades. Chocobo. I love physics engines sometimes. I was so focused trying to see if this Chocobo poster would load in. Oh my god. Oh, shut up. The Adventures of Stamp, Book 3. What happened to Books 1 and 2? Oh, that felt good. Wait, before I go down dead center... Yeah, I shouldn't have done this. Oh, well. Did I just hear cars? Hi. Oh, crap. And goodbye to the riot troopers. Grenade! That reminds me, how do these work?
Heads up.
I got everything but the guy that I wanted to get.
You are in trouble.
Sorry, you were saying, buddy? You were saying I was in trouble? Ooh, blue arrow. What does that lead to? What are you welcoming me to? The wall? Like, seriously, what is this welcome sign supposed to be for? The window? If it was for this building, it would have been a little bit further down. Alright. Let's get going on Stream Raiders. You know, we're gonna try something different this time. We're gonna try doing... No, because that's right. If I do that, then if I do the ad break... The music is too good. The music is too good. That's my only thing. The music's too good for this moment. Oh.
Alright, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this.
God damn. God damn. 25-2. This is insane, guys. Thank you. Ah! Gotta love the Wilhelm scream. All right, let's go. Let's go Mander for the kills. And let's do the other one random. Let's see who gets it. Kitty Blep. Congratulations. Like I said, I want to try to spread out the rewards a little bit. Easy indeed, Satanus. Sataninus. All too easy. All right, let's see. What do I want to place this? Oh, right, Barbarian. I gotta place Barbarians. I keep forgetting I have the Barbarian quest today. All right, so we will vibe in the center. No vibe on left or right. And yeah, that'll do it. All right. Let's get back into the fights. Oh, okay, audio is a little, hold on. All right, I heard that glitch, so I wanted to. I don't wanna. Okay. God, I love doing that. Try me, dog. Try me, dog. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, crap. No, 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 no. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Get out of the truck. Get out of the truck. Burn the trooper. Oh, congrats on the Jolteon Buster. Okay, I'm getting a fair few potions. All right, if I remember correctly, wasn't there a... Ooh, yes. Why can you pronounce my nickname correct, but people my mother's tongue can't? Luck, I think. I'm not even... That was a lucky guess. I mean, I know some people are obviously gonna see the beginning and think Satan, but like I said, that was a lucky guess, Sataninus. Plus, it's kind of like, in a way, it's almost like banana. You know, like how some people, they'll say like banana, like when they try to spell it. I'm always paranoid that I'm gonna go like Satananana. Go a little few too many. Oh, and the... Oh, no, I'm gonna enjoy this. You ain't got a chance. I'm gonna enjoy this. But welcome in all the same.
Get ready. Enough.
Wait, nope. Okay, right, trooper, spell, fire, go boom. Crap. Crap, wrong button, wrong one, wrong one. Oh crap, get out of the way. No, I want you. Oh crap. Fire up! Can I break your guard? No, I can't. No, I can't! Ow, 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 ow! Oh, the stun. Oh, the stun. Okay. Come on. No, you try me, bitch.
Anytime now.
There we go. And goodbye, Huntsman! Goodbye, Huntsman, baby.
HQ, this is Sector 8, Unit 2. Target is surrounded. Moving to secure.
No, you guys are surrounded.
Wait, I know that.
I know that what? Oh, wait. I think he knew me, period. Like, it wasn't just I know that uniform. He might have known Cloud. Because for those of you who didn't play Crisis Core, Cloud was originally in Shinra's security. He didn't make it to Soldier.
Guess Cloud won't be joining us after all.
No need to assume the worst. I'm sure he's fine. You saw him in action, didn't you? Guy's a soldier. Goddamn one-man army.
Yep.
You think he's a keeper?
I'm sure you think he is. Knock, knock. Hi, guys! Just like that.
You had me worried for a minute. What the hell you been up to?
They all...
Giving public security the runaround. That's what. Had to draw them away from the station somehow.
Nicely done.
That's true.
Well, can't argue with results, huh?
Gave them a chance to escape without a problem, so there's that.
Wait. Got a question for you all.
Cloud, stop. Okay, let's say stop asking for money. You'll get it.
Ever been attacked by an invisible enemy?
What?
Wearing robes. Came and went like the wind.
Thought they were invisible.
They were, at first. Only saw them after she grabbed me.
A new Shinra weapon, maybe?
More like a panic-induced hallucination.
Honestly, Jesse's was a fair guess.
Forget I said anything.
Suit yourself. Come on, let's move up.
Obviously, that's not what actually is the case, but I like that Jesse seriously took him seriously.
A lot of people here.
And in the freight car, too.
Because of the evacuation order, maybe?
No treasure.
Yes, we've got a crowd to hide here.
As its roost in a silly but funny song with the devil fruit with horns. The ananas, pineapple, so it's Satan plus ananas, satananas. Oh, okay. That is cool.
Your understanding and cooperation is appreciated.
That is some very. Now, what's the moppy part?
How dare they say they're doing this for the planet?
Is that similar to the to the song, or wait, seriously? Wait a minute. Never mind. Oh, hi, treasure.
Let me get home.
100 gil. I'll take it. Cool. Quite stupid. Hey, some names can be that way. Hell, one of my first ever nicknames online was literally just. I've told this one before, but one of my nicknames was I loved using the word chaos, and that's because I loved Sonic Adventure and I loved the chaos character from Sonic Adventure. So I would mix chaos with other things. So I mean, it was kind of edgy, but at the same time. Can I not get past you guys?
I'm gonna have nightmares about
Man,
this fire.
everyone's on edge.
Of course they are.
Hey, Cloud.
Dude, you're wielding a giant sword in a
If you're
train.
about to unburden yourself, don't.
Yeesh. You don't make it easy.
No.
Stop that right now!
Stop
Why would
what?
anyone do something like that? Could Avalanche really be behind all this?
Yes.
Hey, got a sec?
Yeah, sure.
Have they caught
You're
the perpetrators
holding
yet?
up pretty well, huh? Even after what we saw at the station and all over Sector 8?
I'm a soldier.
Just leave me
Wow.
alone, alright?
My hands are still shaking.
You get used to it.
Something
Was
to
it the
look forward
blonde who
to.
just said that?
Or maybe not.
Did
Why
the
don't you learn to take a hint, buddy?
I can wield my sword in here, buddy. First thought of chaos from Skylander. Ah. I think that shows the difference in time periods because I know a lot of people when they hear the word chaos they would think Skylanders, But yeah, I always picture the one of the antagonists of Sonic Adventure.
Good thing there
Little
will be
help, Cloud?
electricity where we're
Please?
going.
I'm sure
I can't stop thinking about it. The bomb I made shouldn't have produced an explosion that big. It doesn't make any sense.
The explosion triggered a reaction with the Mako. You said so yourself.
That was my first guess, but shouldn't a reactor have fail-safes to prevent that kind of thing? You mentioned invisible enemies back there, right?
Right.
No. I'm just looking for excuses for something that was clearly my own fault. Gotta own up to it if I'm gonna learn from this and move on. Thanks, Cloud. You're a good listener.
Anytime. Oh, is this No news. Oh God! And here's Barrett just forcing his way in.
What kind of maniacs would go so far as to bomb a reactor?
That's a cool
They've yet
emote.
to announce it publicly, but I heard it was Avalanche's doing.
Really? Aren't they the terrorists who tried to kill the president?
Is there nothing they won't do?
I forgot about that.
Quit talking out your ass. Everyone knows Avalanche only cares about saving the planet.
Just who do you think you are?
A law-abiding, concerned citizen.
Law-abiding?
With a gun on your arm.
Shh. Don't antagonize him.
In my humble opinion, that explosion was a message. A message to the bastards bleeding our planet dry.
Barrett, I love your design, but in a train with actual businessmen, you stick out like a sore thumb.
We will not submit to intimidation or violence, but work together for peace and prosperity. That is how civilized people change the world.
That's right.
That is the Shinra Creed.
Don't. Damn it, Barrett. He's trying to be reasonable.
Them's fighting words.
It's what we believe. We all have to follow our conscience, don't we?
We should go.
Right.
Oh. Barrett! Calm yourself. Good God, man.
Calm down, it's just a sword.
They're more worried about the sword than the man with a gun arm. This man, these people are more worried about. I don't know. Okay. You had something to say?
Well, I get it if you can't relate.
They'd probably kill us if they knew we were the ones responsible. No, don't think about it.
Calm down, it's just a sword.
Again, I get that it's a big sword, but he got a big gun.
You hear that suit? Shinra Creed my ass. We're the good guys, damn it. You hear that suit? Shinra Creed my ass.
Yeah. Aw, this poor person.
Let's get this out of the way. Personally, I find visual aids make the dull stuff a lot more bearable.
Yeah.
If it helps, think of it as an initiation rite.
How many times do I have to tell you people? I'm not...
There's such a thing as playing too hard to get. So, here we've got a
I love
wireframe
Jessie's
model
voice
of the great
actress.
city of Midgar, complete with massive steel plates suspended 300 meters above ground level. Atop
Which
stands
just
a shining
feels like
beacon
such
of
an inherent
civilization.
design
The
flaw.
whole system is sustained by the Mako reactors, which feed the insatiable appetites of the public.
The train will be passing through an ID checkpoint shortly.
This here is the train's route. As you can see, it'll take us around this main pillar. Look, we're about halfway through it now. They've set up a checkpoint here to scan the IDs of all passengers heading in and out. Date of birth, residential status, criminal history, all that and more is automatically cross-referenced in their databases. Public security wouldn't have it any other way. Heads up.
So how
Don't worry. Our IDs are impeccable.
So what happens if you just leave your ID home?
What'd I tell ya? Have a little faith.
Like, how does that even work?
Won't be long till we reach the bottom. Relax.
Oddish.
Take a good look. It's because of that great big pizza in the sky that people down there gotta struggle to survive. Shinra sucks up Mako while the soil turns to dust, the air fills with smog, and the flowers die.
Then leave and don't look back.
Except...
That's what's always worked for me.
Except it's still gonna be taking the...
Good. If you're only out for yourself. But the folks down there don't have the luxury of choice, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Not having the ability to leave. There's...
Like this train, I suppose. There's only one way it can go.
I feel like that's a bit of a forced metaphor, but it works. It works. But yeah, it always felt like a weird design choice to have Midgar 300 meters above the ground level, and to have people living underneath. It just... It feels like such a weird design choice.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Goodness.
Knew it couldn't be that bad.
And this is kind of surprising. We're in the slums, and there are actually middle managers living in the slums in this world.
Hot damn, we are good!
Yes! Bombs detonated 1, members lost 0.
And one step closer to a brighter future.
Hell yeah!
Guys!
Uh-oh.
Lower your voices, huh?
You're the one who started it! You started it with your voice!
Now get some R&R. You've earned it. Just be ready for the next mission, all right?
He started it! Oh my god.
See you soon. At 7th Heaven. You know, where Tifa works.
Also, that's the other nice
Don't
detail.
Keep her waiting. She'll worry.
They put a lot of 7s in here because of Final Fantasy VII. Again, I said before, when you... The first time you level up in the game, you level up to level 7. The major sector that everyone lives in is Sector 7.
Are you sure you have...
How are people here taking...
You see them huge...
I'm sure if there was a way they could have made it round, made a round Midgar and still have 7 sectors, they would have had 7 sectors.
No one in their right mind.
Talk about weird stuff going on.
Of course.
Somehow.
Wait a minute. Where was that middle manager?
What do me and the reactor have in common? Everyone gets pissed off when we stop working. I need a new job.
Oh god. That's tough.
He's really tall.
How are people here taking the news?
It's okay. Don't cry.
There's so many details. I'm just looking for that middle manager to apologize to him.
Let's go someplace a little
Train services have concluded for the day. We will provide an update on the schedule first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, you do get a little bit of sunlight, so you...
Have
Okay.
now concluded. This was the final scene of the day.
I feel like it's been forever since I
How much is enough fried march? A handful or... Hear me out. A whole heap?
I wish I could tell you, but sadly, I don't share your passion for processed. I'm just waiting for a
So many details. So many details.
one slum cider with extra black willy, please.
Slum cider. Okay. Slum cider. Mmm. That just sounds so appetizing.
I've never felt the ground shake like that.
What kind of person?
Apparently Shenra thinks it's... Tom Plady's only had it so good because of the reactor. I'd never seen anything like it before. It was completely
It's like a giant candle lighting up
piled
the
up
whole
like
sky.
mountains. You couldn't go nowhere.
Huh. Mako is the lifeblood of the planet? Yeah,
hell it is. Goddamn eco-warriors with their dumbass posters. I tear them down and they're back up inside of an hour. Like I've got nothing better to do. I mean, look at all that steel work. You trying to tell me that's not progress?
Hey!
What the? You okay, buddy?
He's getting
Mako
visions.
junkie, huh? Figures.
Ah, these guys again.
You again.
Mm-hmm.
That hot shower can't come soon enough. I can barely tell my skin from all the ash and sweat.
When I get back, it's refueling time.
And you, Jesse?
I don't know. Figure out how I screwed up?
God damn, Jesse, she is beating herself up something fierce. Oh god, this... Aha! It's the same music as my menu screen. Yes. Have a great day at 7th Heaven. And obviously there's the other one, 7th Heaven.
Wait, this is real? It's not a movie?
How long's it gonna keep burning? Doctors are also stationed at the building's disaster relief center. If you are unable to reach the building on your own, please contact the nearest Shinra employee for assistance.
What the? That's where I work. No freaking way. Put that fire out, idiots!
Put that fire... Like it's that easy. Like it's that easy to put out a fire.
As yet, no group has claimed responsibility for the attack, but security services are working tirelessly to identify those involved.
Why did people...
I would hope the reactor got turned off. I wouldn't want to run a reactor that was half destroyed.
Public security officer or security headquarters.
Oh no. Glad I got today off.
Yeah, I know. Oh, here we go. Hey, Tifa.
Arlene.
Daddy, you're home! That's right, Angel, I
Welcome
am.
back.
Have you been a good girl?
Yeah, I've been helping Tifa.
Oh, you did you? Well, well.
Satanadas, thank you for the epic shinobi.
Where'd you get that? I can't remember the last time I saw a real one.
Given to lovers returning
sweet.
back from war.
When did you get so thoughtful?
Guy can change. Has been 5 years.
Huh?
I need to talk to Barrett.
Right. Come on in.
Daddy, the Mako place blew up. Everyone on TV's talking about it.
Don't you worry about all that silliness. Daddy's here and he's not going anywhere tonight. Now turn that thing off and let's get you to bed, huh?
Aww. Pretty sure Marlene won't talk to me. Oh, why not? Let's try. Yep.
Hey! The hell you think you're doing scaring my daughter like that?
I didn't mean to.
Daddy says never talk to strangers.
That's right, honey. I do say that. What a good girl you are remembering Daddy's lessons. You know what else good girls do? They go to bed on time. Come on.
But I'm not tired. I want to talk some more, Daddy.
All right. But just this once.
Need one arm. Best of
what
luck.
What can I get you?
Best of luck.
My money. I'm still waiting on it.
Right.
Because it can be easier said than done sometimes.
About
I believe we have...
We should talk.
We do got the one armored guy, so we should be able to... You should be... Hopefully you'll be able to get it. What's this, Tifa?
Daddy? Did the people who died all return to the planet?
Of course.
Can I still listen? Alright, hold on. Question mark. Use the jukebox to play your favorite tunes. Okay. I do love the tunes that you can collect in this. Some of these remixes are really good. All right, what's up?
Before we get on to money,
it's the last battle for today. Terribly tired.
Just down the road. It's nothing fancy.
Hey, no worries there.
I was thinking you could stay there for now. The landlady's
well, I
a
wish
big
you the best
friend
of
of
luck,
the
Moppy.
cause,
Then.
So you wouldn't even have to pay rent. Sound good?
Sure does. Thanks.
Follow me then.
Okay.
How was it up on the plate?
It was.
Yeah, I wish I could. I wish I could make it so that certain people could get certain kills, but.
It was wrong of me to put you in danger like that. I promise I won't do it again.
Danger's part of the job.
I was gonna say, Tifa, I'm the one who gets into danger. I don't want to
Always happy
protect
to help
you.
Stick it to Shinra.
Not good at all.
Apparently he was fishing for info.
So, you make nice with everyone?
Much as I could, all things considered. Maybe not enough for them.
Good. You had me worried. You're not exactly a people person.
Ow!
I'll give you that.
Thank you, Tifa.
I saw Sector 8 on the news.
I just try and hope.
It
That's
was
all
like
you
a
can
war
do.
zone.
That's all you can do.
It's just another Shinra mouthpiece. They'll spread whatever lies Shinra tells them to.
Sector 7?
So,
the topsiders brought
it
this on
wasn't that bad?
themselves.
It was.
Oh, right. And here we are. Good old Stargazer Heights. You're on the second floor. Room 201 here is where I sleep. Don't have time for much else, what with 7th Heaven and all. Not even time to decorate.
Aw, poor girl.
Here's your room, 202. Don't worry, I already told the landlady about you.
You did?
Yes? Oh, I mean, I told her I had a friend looking for a place to stay. Was that too much?
No. It's fine. And this?
That one's, know what? It's getting late. I'll introduce you tomorrow.
Okay. So, I guess we'll, open the door.
It's a little bare, but should be enough to get you through the night. If you want anything else, we can always get it.
There is one thing. My money. You guys owe me 2,000, remember?
I do. And we'd love to settle up, especially since this was your first job for us, but...
That's it?
Sorry. We spent the rest preparing for the mission. That really is it. But not for long. I'm collecting money for filters tomorrow, so I can pay you after.
And you're sure about that?
Of course, as long as you help, that is. Wait, then I'd have to pay you for that too. Never mind.
No, 2,000's enough. That's what we agreed on, so that'll be the price. With what you gave me, that leaves 1,500.
You're the best. I'll see you bright and early at the bar then. Thanks again for everything. Sleep tight.
Now he's gonna have to just try and sleep. Damn, he got up fast! I wish I could get out of bed that fast.
Guess it's time for introductions.
The hell is wrong with this man? Well, before we do that... Wait, can I actually? Aha, look at that. Free item. Another Phoenix down, nice.
Hey, you okay in there?
And the music just stops.
Coming in.
I love that. I love that little bit of detail there. Just that he tries to fit the sword through the door.
Cloud, stop! Get back inside! Get off me!
Number 49.
What are you doing to Marco? This is his apartment.
Marco?
He's got a few problems, but he's not a bad guy. The landlady asked me to check on him now and then to make sure he's okay. Can I ask you to do the same?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, is that it? Let's get the cutscene done, and then we'll get to Stream Raiders. Oh, that cannot be comfortable sleeping with that shoulder pad there. Ugh. Like, the gloves are already bad enough, but that shoulder pad cannot be comfortable. All right. Let's get into Stream Raiders. Satananas, I wish you the best of luck. Leroy, let's do it.
All right, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy!
And congrats on catching the mud break. All right, so who gets the kill? Satananas, you got the kill. Now, these things are not armored. Yeah, they're support types, but I believe that first thing we got wasn't armored, so I believe you got the armored kill. Now everyone's heading for the last one down there. And there it is. All right. Very nicely done, guys. I hope you managed to get that, Satananas. Clambake, you are the Clambake and Nuops. You guys are our MVPs for this one. So I will grant that to you guys. And then we will move on to the Loyalty Super Boss Chest. So honestly, Satananas, if you want to place a unit down now, you'd be able to get some good loot from the Super Boss Chest. So I know you're talking about heading to bed, but like I said, if you want to place one down and then that way then you can get it when you wake up in the morning, you can do that. We're going to place this here. We're going to vibe on the right side. And then I am going to take a quick bathroom break because we're going to be going for 3 more hours. So I definitely want to take a bathroom break now. Maybe get some food or something to munch on. So we're going to go on about, let's say, a 5-minute break. Satananas, if you are heading to bed, I wish you a restful sleep. And we will see you hopefully sometime in the future. Thank you for everything that you've been here with. And like I said, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. So enjoy the music. And yeah, if you guys got to use the bathroom too, go do it. And yeah, we'll be back. Okay. Thank you guys for your patience. Thank you, Satananus, for the follow. In the war against boredom, you have joined the Budget Brigade. Allow me to welcome you, Satananus, as our latest budgeteer. I looked up Sonic Adventure. It was released in 1998. Finished school then. Oh, okay, so you are actually older than me. Okay. But you went into the army and then to university. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. Let's see. All right. Oh, now I got full movement. Oh, come on. Open the door. What do you mean what do you mean there's nothing you can do? Come on, don't shrug like that.
Well now, you must be Cloud. I'm Marl, your landlady. So how'd you like the place?
I like Marl.
You from up on high?
I've been around.
I'll bet. No matter. All kinds come through with all kinds of reasons. If you ever need an ear to bend, I'll lend you mine. Can be about anything, even Tifa.
What's she to you?
The granddaughter I never had. And if you hurt her, I'll take it out of your hide. You hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. Now you'd best get a move on to 7th Heaven. She's got a head start on you and then some.
No, not that much, honestly. If you graduated in 98, then that would make you about 7 years older than me because I graduated in 05. But hey, all ages are welcome. Yeah, all ages are welcome here, from the young to the old. I do not discriminate. Just bar right here. Hello, kitty. Aw, can't pet the kitty. Hey there, maiden. How was your subathon?
Morning.
Hey.
Just so you know.
So 9 years. I'm 30. No, I'm 37. So
Let's
8 years.
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Huh?
These water filters won't replace themselves. Although the next batch probably could, if Jessie put her mind to it.
I did see that.
The area has one. Folks love them because they practically eliminate the rotten egg
Cloud's
smell.
just ignoring.
Honestly, they make us more money than this place. And it's easy money too. We bring new filters, collect the old ones, and get paid. What?
Give me a break.
Oh, come on.
I'm not a salesman. I'm a soldier.
Which is why no one will refuse to pay. What do you say? Please?
Oh, Cloud thought he was gonna have to try to sell them.
Over with.
Great. And while we're at it, I'll give you the grand tour.
There we go. But yeah, maiden, I did see that. Yeah, how did the subathon go? We did well, though. Some of the beans we could live without. We got at least 10. Very nice. Your About Me is out of date. It is, isn't it? Well, I did turn 37 just about a little over little under 2 months ago, so I have kind of forgotten. Or am I? Wait a minute. I think I just wait. 87 23. Wouldn't that make me 36? Wait a minute. Why am I getting a calculator for this? I'm getting a calculator. 2023 minus minus 1987. No, that is 36. That is 36. God dang it. Don't look at day over 20. You liar. Look at the gray. Look at the gray in my beard and say that again. I mean, for God's sakes, this started when I was 25. Although that could be true too then. You see no gray. I will zoom the hell in. I will zoom the hell in. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding. You really don't see that. You really don't see that. You. But no, I guess I am 36, so if you're 45, then that would be 9 years. Still, like I said, no discrimination
whatever
here.
we collect. Seeing as you didn't bring any luggage, I'm guessing there's stuff you need to buy.
Pretty much, I guess.
And don't worry, we'll pay you the difference after. Barrett's out making his rounds too.
Don't take your eyes
As
off
long as
it.
I get it all today.
Nice song, Tom Lehrer, When We Are Old and Gray. I feel like I might know that, but I'm terrible with song names. That was fast.
Hey there. Here to change out your water filter.
Tifa, baby, how you doing? Been waiting for you to... Wait, who's he?
The bouncer.
Cloud's in charge of collections. He'll take your money.
Sounds like a pretty sweet gig. If you ever need someone to fill in, I'm your man.
In your dreams, maybe.
I can't pop my...
Cloud! Since we're here, maybe we should do a little shopping.
Suppose I could take a look.
Alright, what you got? Ooh, materia. Yes, please. Yes. One of each, please. The Prelude. Is that what you're currently playing? That was what he was currently playing. I feel like I know that song, Satananus, but I cannot tell you how many songs I heard on the radio when I was a kid that I was like, oh, I love this song, and I never learned the title. There are easily over 100 songs that I would recognize immediately. I would recognize immediately if you played it, but I couldn't tell you the title. All right. Do I have anything worth selling? I mean, maybe the grenades.
Thanks. If you're ever in the market for anything else, drop on by. Especially if Tifa's with you.
I will punch you. I will punch you so hard your hair will
Let us know when
explode.
your filter next needs changing.
You do not make goo-goo eyes on my Tifa.
He's a regular. Stock up here and he might throw in a freebie or two.
For you, maybe.
Well, you could try being a little nicer.
He's a douche.
To get free shit? Not my style.
I'm with Cloud.
Our next stop is Stargazer Heights. Landlady's a client.
Just met her.
Then you know what to expect. Remember, she's a good friend of Avalanche, so be nice. Please?
I can be nice to the elderly.
Can't help but take a look.
Douchebags who are gonna flirt with my girl. No, I won't be nice.
Done by a terrorist group called Avalanche. This isn't the first time they...
Nothing to report. Maintaining surveillance.
Hey, Marl. Got some filters for ya.
Tifa, my dear, dear girl. Oh, what's he doing here?
Wait, I know this voice actor. Oh, I know this voice actress. God bless it.
Cloud's helping me with collections.
God bless it. Who is this?
You better take care of her.
I'm pretty good at taking care of myself, you know.
That I do. Still, better him than you. No charm, no wit, big sword, but no skills.
I've got skills.
Be nice.
I'm doing my best.
You're looking awfully glum.
Barbara
Are you getting
Goodson.
enough sleep? A good long rest to cure anything, I tell you.
A tried and true lesson for life on the ground floor. Am I right?
Fair.
That you are. Now, your money.
Thanks,
Barbara
Mara.
Goodson. I
You
know
take
this
care of
voice
yourself.
actress.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Oh my God, Rita. Oh, it's Rita. She was the voice actress for Rita Repulsa in Power Rangers. That's it. But I think there was something more recent too. I hear it now. I hear the voice. I hear Rita. But there was something else. What was it? No, it was something. It was something that came out shortly before.
That landlady.
Marl's great. She helped get me set up back in the day.
You've been here a while now?
5 years, give or take. But never mind that. We've got to get you your money. Last stop is the weapons store.
Shinya Oda. Shinya Oda from Persona 5.
You here for the filter?
I feel like I know that one.
Hey! That last filter didn't do shit!
We're so sorry about that. Hopefully this one will work better.
Save your excuses and get out!
Hey!
If you could just settle your bill, we'll be on our way.
The hell? You charging me for your busted-ass goods?
My associate handles payment disputes.
Think you can mosey up in here and have it your way?
Yes!
Pretty please.
Oh! I love the threatening sound of
very
that, pretty
much.
please.
Seeing as we're done with our rounds and you've got a small fortune now, why not take a gander at the weapons?
Yes!
Well, when will Barrett be back with the rest?
Before we open up tonight. It'll be a while yet, so... What do you want to do?
Don't really know.
In that case, I've got a suggestion. Want to hear it? If you're serious about becoming a merc, then you're going to need to start making connections.
Oh,
It's not
that
what
kid.
You know,
Okay.
But who you know, you know?
You know.
Another lesson for life on the ground floor.
Yep. Connections get you jobs. Jobs build your rep. And more rep gets you better connections.
How do I start?
Why not help out the Neighborhood Watch? They're mostly volunteers, but you'll get to know people.
Here we go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, get some side quests
Didn't
in.
see anybody at the office, so let's head up top.
But I wanna.
Huh? I ain't got nothing for a punk-ass bitch like you. Get on out of here.
Oh, you are a
Better way to
treat.
keep you and your family safe, and with a weapon of your
Oh, you
own.
are just a treat.
Come and check out our selection.
Oh, right. We're that's right.
We gotta do something about the monsters on Scrapbook.
Huh. Didn't know you were holding down the fort.
Huh? Oh, hey, Cloud. Looking to join the Neighborhood Watch?
That depends. What does this Neighborhood Watch do?
Congrats on the Blitzel.
Lots of stuff, really. Our top priority is taking care of any beasts that wander into town. That, and teaching the locals how to defend themselves.
Like they say, the only one who will look out for you is you.
Cloud's a great
That's fair.
fighter, but only we know that. If no one knows him, no one will hire him. Thought if he joined the Watch, he could get his name out there.
That would work for everybody.
Truth be told, we could really use your help. We can't pay you in gil, but we'll work something out. For example... Aha! What about your sword? I can mod it for you.
No thanks. It's fine just the way it is.
What,
Yes.
You some kind of purist? I know I'd never pass up a chance to improve my gear.
But
Come on. At least let me show you how it's done.
but it's the Buster Sword. Come on. Oh wait, I remember this now. Never mind. I know what this part is. Yeah, let's begin just because I can barely remember. Select the character, select the weapon. Oh, that's right, this cutscene. Okay, I still don't have control here. Unlock weapon skills and enhances. Yeah. Let's do attack power. Punisher mode, strong attack, damage boost. What's a strong attack again? I forget what a strong attack is. In that case, let's do max HP. Automate SB allocation, never. Unlocking skills is all kind of benefits, right? Okay.
All set? Needless to say, you'll have to try it out to appreciate the difference.
And each weapon, these are exclusive to the weapon.
We'll do you one better. Spread the word to everyone who listen about the new merc in town.
Between him and Wedge, there isn't anyone they don't know.
I'll march through the streets singing your praises, even on an empty stomach.
Yes, thank you.
So, where are these monsters?
Scrap Boulevard. Good hunting.
Hey, Cloud, I'll come with.
No, I've got this.
You don't know the way, do you?
Lead on.
Sure thing. I know these streets better than anyone.
My girl. More people doing them squats. Alright, so that means we gotta make sure we got her equipped. Right, the chakra materia. Let's do ice. Yeah, that doesn't get annoying after a while. Let's do speed. And where's attack power? There we go. Anything? Ooh. Oh no, wait. This is how I came up here.
Boulevard is out west. Past the barricade's supposed to keep the monsters out. Anyway, we should prepare just in case.
Okay.
Even our facilities are starting to look.
Gotta stay focused.
Now, can I talk to you yet?
For candidates.
Nope, can't talk to you yet. I have to go this way though.
The watch is here to keep.
I believe I am ready. Satananas, thank you for the epic berserker.
What does he sell again?
If any harm comes to her.
Here's Scrap Boulevard.
I can see why monsters would feel right at home.
And the more we pile up, the more they
Thank you
show
for
up.
the clip. Thank you for the clip, man. Yeah, sometimes I forget. I do forget, so I am bad about that. What do we got? An orb of ice. Okay, so I wasted money on the ice materia.
And there's our first challenger. Show me what you got, Cloud.
Ah, darn it. Oh!
Wow. So that's what a soldier looks like in action.
This was just a warm-up.
I'll bet. Let's keep at it.
Alright, so we just gotta look for... There we go. Yep.
Keep it together.
Okay. Excels at close range combat. My back always makes me remember... Well, I mean, in terms of like a general setting, I can understand that. But yeah, if I have to get to specific numbers, I am terrible. Press square to execute a normal, or hold it down to deliver a single. Unbridled strength you use to enhance her unique ability. Okay. Oh, that's right. Some enemies will occasionally bind your party members when you're quickly switched to... Okay. Right. I remember Tifa is actually fun. Tifa is fun, but can be hard to really maximize her output.
Here we go. It's over. See ya.
Wow. That was really easy.
You're good at this. Charging in like it was nothing.
You too. It's a little surprising.
Well, I've been here 5
Let's
years.
do this.
If you don't look out for yourself,
That's
no one
that.
else will. Ha! By the way.
Damn it!
All right. I think that might be the last.
I wanted her to finish that
Won't stay
statement.
gone for long.
Of course not. Even so, folks will be grateful for the peace and quiet in the meantime. A win's a win, you know?
Yeah,
True.
you gotta take them.
Trust me, it'll do wonders for your rep. Right. Let's go check in with Biggs and Wedge.
First, break! 2 antidotes. That'll come in handy. I love physics sometimes. Alright, so we had a few more boxes over here. Break! And break! There we go. Was there anything else worth... Okay, doesn't look like it. But we didn't go over here, so there might be, no. Okay. We've scoured the place.
Doesn't look like a merc.
Oh, shut up. I just did more than you were willing to.
Searching for candidates.
Yes, I know you are.
Tally of monster slain has been updated.
You ready to give me some...
I ain't got nothing for a punk-ass bitch like you.
Shut up.
No better way to keep you and your family safe.
You hear someone got rid of you?
Alright.
Already?
Got every last one, too. Now the slums should be safe.
You guys are machines.
Good job. Meanwhile, we told everyone we could about you.
So I heard. I've got to ask, though. What did you tell them?
It's all right. All you gotta do is keep up the good work. It'll pay off soon enough, I promise.
How's the sword, by the way?
Good.
Glad to hear it. Seems like the perfect fit for you.
Yeah. We've been through a lot.
Oh, you okay?
I'm fine.
Been meaning to ask. After you left the village...
It's a long story.
I've got time. Why don't you tell me all about it while we try to rustle up some more work for you?
That sounds great. I'll come too.
Wedge!
Oh, no, you won't.
What?
Run along now, you two.
Sorry,
Go on.
maybe next time.
Huh?
No fair.
Damn it, Wedge!
Think about it for a second. They haven't seen each other in years. You'd be a third wheel.
Uh-huh.
Hey, before we get back to it, why don't you check out the weapons?
No need.
Come on, the dealer's probably heard all about you by now. Might treat you better.
I don't know about that.
I mean, we can try.
You hear someone got rid of all the monsters on Scrap Boulevard?
Oh, hello.
Hold up. Heard there's a merc that'll take on any monster. You the man?
Word spreads fast around here.
Yes.
What if I am?
Sorry about before. I get antsy when business is slow. Man in your line of work needs weapons, no? Why not try that one on for size? Yours on the house. Badass like you rocking my weapons is good advertising. Think about it. Or if you want to take a look at something else.
Just a look.
What else would you have? Oh, armor. Ah! I would like that. I would very much like that. The rest of these I'm not so sure about, but... Oh, how do I go about... That would be enough. That would be enough, and I don't use them that often. Alright, you got yourself a sale.
Don't be a stranger.
You can now acquire weapon abilities. Once you achieve maximum proficiency, the ability becomes your own. You can use it without the weapon equipped. Note that the Buster Sword ability is at maximum proficiency from the beginning.
Since you've got yourself a new weapon, let's see if we can't put it to good use. Come on, let's go chat up Weimer.
Who?
The guy who tracks all the requests that come to the watch. You never know. Could toss some work your way.
Where's he at?
Oh, he should be back at the office by now.
The office. The office. Okay. Okay, Iron Blade. So we already got Focus Thrust. Now we're gonna get Triple Slash. Let's do Star Bracelet. Oh, what do we want to add? What do we want to add? Lightning and why not HP? Oh no, wait. No, wait. We'll do Ice because then Tifa will get Iron Bangle and then we can give her Lightning. There we go. All right. Let's get to Stream Raiders. All right, everyone. I wish you the best of luck here. Oh, I didn't even see Turner fan. Thank you for the Epic Buster. Oh, right. You just popped it in. Satananos, I believe I did say thank you for the Berserker. Thank you for that. Okay, I believe that's everything. Leroy, let's do it up.
All right, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy!
Let's see what happens. I'm a little miffed about we're not helping the Orc King. But we're getting around to it, so there is that. Now we got more than enough allies that, oh yeah, hell yeah. His health is going down fast now. Oh, it is just depleted. It is gone. It is gone. There we go. All right, what do we get? Fairy Scrolls and Shinobi Scrolls. Now, I do not know who provided the most here, so I think I'm going to give this to the two people who gave me epics. So, Satananas, I will give you the Shinobi Scrolls for popping the Berserker. And Turner fan, oh, you think I should go random? All right. You think I should go random? All right, let's go random. Oh, no. Oh. Interesting that, okay. Let's go random. Tanya and Wops. Congratulations, you guys. Honestly, Satananas, thank you for your generosity there. I will try to make sure to get you something good in the future. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to get to another super boss, but maybe I can at least get you some gold. Maybe I can at least get you some gold. But yeah, man, that that is some serious generosity there, Satananas. All right, so we got the Barbarian. We can vibe either side. We won't vibe on the bottom. Now, I got enough scrolls to level something up. What did I get? Ah, Centurion. Very nice. So we got Centurion leveled up. Looks like we're good there. All right. Let's pop back in. And, all right, I don't have a second accessory, so. But yeah, like I said, I love that the weapon changes and the placement of the materia changes.
The tally of monster slain.
Searching for candidates.
Got new numbers.
Searching for candidates.
Hey there, Tifa. You need a helping hand?
I thought we were offering you one.
I wanted to introduce you to an old friend of mine. This is Cloud. He's a merc.
Let me do that in a second. Hold on.
Don't say. Well, we're always on the lookout for experienced fighters to help us deal with the bigger critters.
I'll take on anything. For the right price, that is.
Experienced and cocky, huh? If it's a challenge you want, I might have a few good ones. Your clients can fill you in on the details. Prove yourself at these jobs, and I'll see if I can't find you some more.
Thanks.
There we go. Use access the map, open quests. From there you can check current job requests. You can tackle multiple at once. The more jobs you take on, the more fame and repute you have.
Candidate detected. Performing physical analysis. Sizable weapon, excellent cardiovascular health and impressive lung capacity, perfectly balanced muscle and bone structure. An optimal candidate. My name is Chadley. I'm an intern for Shinra's Research and Development Division.
Oh, right.
I hope you'll be interested in helping me with my research.
Right.
Please accept this as a down payment. I would like you to set that assess materia in your equipment and use it to gather intelligence in battle. This data will help me to develop new types of materia.
I'm not interested in working for Shinra.
You should know that I work actively to undermine Shinra's efforts.
Yeah,
I'm sure you of all people can appreciate the tremendous power of materia.
Considering he gives summon materia.
It might be wielded against your corporate enemies. And if you later decide that I am not worthy of your trust, you can do what you do best.
I will hold you to that.
Excellent! Then we shall work together so long as you deem fit. Once you've completed your task, please return and report to me.
Complete battle intel missions. He will develop new types of materia. Battle intel missions from... Right. Completing missions will, while respective quests are active, will grant... Okay. So, yeah, thank you for the full map. Question of the day, everyone. Do you miss games having instruction manuals with, you know, story and lots of detailed information inside? River, you do too. I do miss them. I do miss them. They were a lot of fun. They were a lot of fun, and it sucks that we don't see them anymore. It really does suck that we don't see them anymore. But, I mean, I guess I kind of understand why they got rid of them. It was because they were, you know, it took resources to put those in every box. Okay, battle intel, assess 2 enemy types. Okay.
Please set the orb of assess materia to your equipment and use it to gather battle intel.
Okay.
Please set the orb of assess materia to...
I thought they said something. Wait, did I miss something? I thought they said...
You're gonna have to talk to your clients if you want all the details.
Okay. 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 So Chadley's report. I need to.
The watch is saying they're
because I used to. I mean, I'm not even joking. I would actually take those. I would actually take those with me to school. You know, the instruction manuals. I take them to school to read during downtime. They were great bathroom reading.
Hey there, Tifa. Welcome back. And you, the new merc in town looking for work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that case, maybe you could do something about the Doom Rats? Them and their were-rat buddies have been tearing up town, looking for food and whatnot. Got into the store and made one hell of a mess, let me tell you. Oh, you think that's funny, do you? Don't lie. I saw you crack a smile. Well, do the job and you can laugh it up for all I care. Anyway, they're probably nesting in the outskirts. Now I've heard a were-rat in pain will call its friends for help. And the whole rat pack will come running just like that.
So you want me to get all of them? I can do that. Once again, trying to remember which one does which.
Is it just me, or are there more?
I don't think there's that much in the way of treasure chests, but I still gotta keep an eye out. Alright, hey there, little.
Oh, hey there. Is Marlene with you?
No.
Oh, okay. I was kind of hoping she could help me find my friends.
Was this the cat?
I know someone who can help you. This guy right here.
Really? Okay, let me tell you all about them. They have long arms and legs, and they're a little skinny. They like places where there's food. And nice people will give them treats when they
Yep,
ask.
this is cat. We're looking for cats.
And small faces.
Yep, we're looking for cats.
Oh, yeah. And they're all cats.
A I'm looking for cats?
Yes, Cloud, you are looking for
friendly,
cats.
So if you call them, they'll come running. All 3 of them. Find my friends, please.
All right, we're looking for cats. We gonna be looking for some kitties.
Nobody's here. What's the source of all of them?
Now, I think... Yeah, there's no specific location for them. I just have to keep a lookout for cats. If anyone sees a cat before I do, feel free to speak up. I'm gonna try to keep, well, I think I found the cats. But apparently these are not the cats. Because I can't call out to them. Okay. Okay, we'll play that game. We'll play that game. So I have to find cats all on their lonesome.
Oh, they're cute. There's this one dude in the watch.
But didn't she send money back home?
Where were these cats? I cannot remember. Ah!
Piece of me.
Wait, did you hear that just now? I think one of Betty's cats might be nearby.
Hey there. Hey there, little one. And away it goes. Alright, that's one. Gotta love that loading screen. Okay, so I don't want to head over here just yet.
Please give me a job. They were saying there's parts of sectors.
Let's go this way. Let's go this way. There might be something over here.
You never know. If the planet's a living...
What the? What are you trying to do?
I heard it was Avalanche who bombed the reactor.
Okay, maybe he's trying to...
I've heard of them. They hate everyone. Huh? I've seen them.
Found out.
Aerodactyl. Shame we can't get megas.
Black Millie does not belong in a burger.
Best items at the best prices.
Thank you. Always gotta stop and collect music. Okay, so no cats over here.
Are you kidding me?
Why are... I assume... Do you think the train graveyard really could be haunted? It'd be so cool. I've got to assume at least one train will come.
So much dialogue going on. Too much. Too much. Too much.
Come on, little guy. Don't be scared. I won't bite.
Well, that wasn't what we were looking for, but okay.
Found out.
All right, so they're all in town. That's important. I couldn't remember.
The planet's a living...
Is this one of them? The one here at 7th Heaven?
Yes, enjoy
It is one of them. Okay. Loading. That's 2. At least we're making progress. So where would the last one be? Maybe through here, or... Oh, we actually haven't been in there.
Don't take your eyes off it.
Now, how do I get... Getting a surprising amount of lag today.
Hey, what are you doing in there? Come on out. I'm trying to get a cat to come out. It snatched one of my pastries and scurried in there. Will you be a dear and lend me a hand?
Sure. They have a lot of cats around here, that's for sure. Oh, they're all white cats. Oh, okay. They were all pure. I heard that hiss.
This sucks. Screw this.
Sure. The cats are safe, but still nowhere to be found. Oh yeah, because they keep running from Cloud.
What? They ran away?
Because they hate...
So, never gonna see them again?
No, they just... I was gonna say they just ran from Cloud.
Guys, you came back! They said that a scary man is chasing them. Thank you!
Oh, Maiden's Kiss. Oh, okay.
That went well. Could be you found your calling.
Was alright, I guess.
Think of each job as an opportunity. Not to make money, but to build connections.
It's not what you know, but who.
You remembered.
Not a patient teacher.
Maybe not so patient next time.
Oh boy.
Oh, Barrett should have finished collecting his share of the money by now. So what do you want to do? Head back to the bar?
No.
The live stream, right?
No. No, I wanna get the other side quests done. Yeah, so now we gotta go behind Seventh Heaven.
Personal space, man.
Which is over this way.
Something's wrong.
God damn it!
Let's check it out.
No, come on, I wanted to do... The game is loading.
Stay away from me!
Hold it!
God damn it. I wanted to do side quests, damn it.
Assholes, I didn't do shit!
Shut up, punk.
Or what, huh? Screw you!
What's going on?
Why you gotta do me
Somebody
like
went and
that?
stole some
Just
blasting
messing
data from a
with you.
Shinra warehouse.
Oh,
So
Johnny.
public security started asking questions, and you know how Johnny gets.
It's because of the reactor bombing, I bet. I could be wrong, but something tells me they're not gonna settle for just roughing him up this time.
We've got to save him, Cloud.
Is he Avalanche?
No. He doesn't really know what we do. But he has his suspicions. And he's a talker.
Of course he is.
Actually, you know what? Maybe I should go alone.
I'm coming.
Are you sure?
It's the least I can do. Lead on.
Thanks. Come on.
I forgot about that. That as soon as you finish one quest, it, It's like if I go this way...
Cloud, come on.
Oh my god.
Hey man, check it out. This song's pretty sweet, ain't it? You like it? You feeling it? Have a copy.
I'm not so sure about that one, but eh.
What the hell, man? You trying to break my arm? No, dragging me through the street like this is ow, cruel and unusual punishment.
Oh, this man. Oh wait, what does this say? Hold on. Hold on, Tifa. Hold on, Tifa. I want to know what this says. Alright. Let's see. This says... Oh, come on. What if I do it this way? Okay, we're getting... Mountain collapse? Come on. It does not like this at all. I keep getting no entry, but again, the quality is it's not reading it very well.
Come on, let's get a closer look.
Any way to treat a model citizen of Midgar?
Model
citizens don't steal blasting, Agent.
So why don't you tell me why your ID popped when we were going over the warehouse logs?
Huh? You got it all wrong. I've never gone anywhere near a Shinra warehouse.
Your ID was never logged, dumbass. But it never got you inside a Shinra installation in the first place. It shows you were. We'll take all the time.
I swear. All he had to do was keep his mouth shut.
Yep.
Anyway, you distract the officers and I'll figure something out.
Sure. Oh, Johnny. So when I first played Remake, I thought Johnny was a new character. Turns out I was wrong. Johnny exists in the original Final Fantasy VII, but he is such a side character that you actually can completely miss him.
Let him go.
Who are you? The cavalry?
Do I look like I'm on a horse?
I think it is? Oh, hell yeah! You guys really came to save me! Ow, on let go!
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Here we go.
Good job, Tifa. Oh wait, crap! No, 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 no!
Let's do this.
Wait. Wait, wait, no, crap, I forgot.
Allow me.
I forgot I needed to do this.
You're done.
I forgot I needed to do that.
So, is it over? Yo! Anybody there?
Johnny, so we can
If
get
you're
out.
there, then help me!
I don't want to help him. I don't want to help him!
What now?
He's a talker.
Uh-oh.
Huh? Whoa. Whoa!
No!
You're not gonna... Hold up! Wait! Don't do it, man!
You want to live? Then get the hell out of town.
You got it, boss! You ain't never gonna see my face again! I swear!
Are you sure about this?
He was about to run into a
big
freaking
risk.
fence.
I know, but it's fine.
And them?
Oh, they'll
No
be
more.
fine. They'll be fine.
Cloud, you're scaring me.
Because it's one thing to kill monsters, it's another thing to kill humans.
We need to go before they wake up.
Why am I scaring you then if they're not dead? If they're not dead, why am I scaring you?
I'm worried about Johnny.
I'm more worried about us. We gotta go, right?
Right.
What?
It's just... You've really changed.
How?
5 years will do that.
I suppose it's... Yeah. Your eyes. They used to be less...
It's the Mako. Soldier, remember?
I remember. So, what do you want to do now? Head back to the bar, or do you want to tackle another job or two?
We're tackling jobs. What's this? No, don't need any of that. Although... Oh yeah, that's right. This is a, This is basically... Yeah. I forgot about that. The... I forgot that I can find benches to rest at.
Come on.
So there was a quest somewhere over here. No. Where am I? Where am I? Where do I have to go? I have to go this way, right? Yes. Blue is what we have to avoid with every fiber of our being.
Hello, hello. Oh,
What do we have here? I'm guessing you're that merc I've heard so much about. You're not here to shop, are you? People were right. You look like you can handle yourself. So some drakes have made themselves at home in the abandoned Talager factory. Can't have that kind of trouble around here.
Okay.
My regulars will do anything to get their hands on the scrap in there, and if they run into those drakes, they could get hurt.
I'll handle it.
Much obliged, sir.
Right,
Head on
so
over
that's...
to the old Talager factory and talk to Narjan. He's the watchman guarding the entrance. Good luck. I'm counting on you, my friend.
You got it. Ah. Okay.
Does this look like a bloodstain? Seems a whole bunch of giant rats have been congregating in the vacant lot lately. Non-stop squeaking's driving me insane.
Well, we'll stop that squeaking right soon.
Easy.
Wait, no. Ability, assess, where at?
Best do it right.
Okay.
Enough. I don't see any doom rats around.
What do you think? Should we wait? You know, this might be a waste of time. Let's head back to the store and touch base for now.
There. That should be enough intel for the kid.
Yes? Oh, was I think I was supposed to let them stick around or something? Oh! Sora Tomei raiding with a party of 5. Welcome in, Raiders! What were you playing, Sora? How are you doing? You're playing some FF16. Okay.
Just different poses each.
Oh, well, welcome in, Raiders, and another clip from the main stream.
I will go back to not doing innocent S comments.
Thank you, Mike.
It's okay, Spirit. As long as Dami Mommy Tiger gets it, that's all that matters.
God damn, Panda.
Motherfucker, I knocked out 3 people.
No, I know. That's what I was saying. Goddamn.
I can only...
You took that straight to the face, Sora? Lizzie, that's not the only...
I feel like that clip could have gone a little bit longer, but welcome in, Raiders. Oh, thank you very much for the raid, Sora. For those of you who don't know me, I am ZeroBudgetGamer. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. I play a lot of RPGs and other single-player games. And as Sora was playing Final Fantasy 16, I'm here playing another Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 7 Remake. How has 16 been treating you? I've been hearing a lot of mixed messages, people claiming it's not an actual Final Fantasy, which I don't really get, but what are your thoughts on 16? I cannot wait to get a PS5 so I can play it. I don't care what the haters say. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy it. I enjoyed 13, for God's sakes. I enjoyed 12. I have enjoyed every Final Fantasy I've ever played. Yeah, some of them are there's no actual FFFF. Exactly. I don't know what these people are trying to nail down with the FF
You were
talk.
the first to gather the data I requested. Here is the rest of your payment.
But
I have developed new materia. Would you like to see it?
Yes, I would. Shade, thank you for the hydrate. And a stretch. All right. As you accumulate battle intel and share it with Chadley, he will develop new material that will blah, 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 blah. Yeah. People complain just for clout. 9 out of 10. Pretty much. Reset weapon upgrades, even though... I mean, I guess that's fine if you're trying to get to a certain... This one was never... I never really used this. Because by the end of the game, you're gonna be able to max out every weapon, so it's not like skill trees in other games where you can only get a limited amount of stuff. But I guess it's good if you feel like you need to reallocate to get to a specific skill. I can see that. Auto cure, another assess. Nah, I'm good with assess for now. Yeah, people complain for cloud. Yeah, fuck them, frankly. But yeah, I really hope you're enjoying 16. I know I understand, Sora, if you need to head out for a bit, you know, rest, recuperate, whatever. As you can see, we're still in the early saga of Remake. We literally just started it today. We're running around doing side quests with Tifa, with our main girl. I'm having an amazing time with it. Probably going to start another playthrough. Oh, there you go.
I plan to develop more materia in the future. Together, we can harness enough power to take down Shinra. I'll keep preparing more battle intel reports, which I hope you will assist me in completing.
Absolutely. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. What did you just give me? Oh. Oh. Huh. I've almost gotten a few of these. Nice. I'll be damned. Okay, so now I think we have the rat problem? Yeah, I think I screwed up because what I'm supposed to do.
Well, rats too much to handle?
No, it's just.
I'm just messing with you. Heard you took out some were rats, which no biggie. Get back out there. Don't look so glum. It's only a matter of time till they show. You'll get them this time for sure.
All right, so that's the thing. Seen some of this yeah, I mean that's just it. Like I don't understand what the issue is. Like cuz anyone who says like, "Oh, it doesn't play like a Final Fantasy," anyone who says that it doesn't play if FF16 doesn't play like a Final Fantasy, then they clearly haven't played Final Fantasy over the years, because no Final Fantasy truly plays like itself. I mean, okay, I guess you could argue maybe 1 through 4 kind of all played 1 through 4 or 1 through 6 all kind of played similarly. 7, it was either 6 or 7 that really introduced the active time battle system, and that really kind of changed the dynamic.
Here I go.
Right behind you.
Damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button.
Too bad.
What are you weak to? Weakness ice. Who cares if it does or doesn't? Just have fun and enjoy. And what I've seen is fun, and again I love. But exactly. See, this is what I don't understand is that. But see, what I don't understand, Maiden, is because, yeah, I'm gonna be doing #wrong button a lot for this. But the thing I don't understand, Maiden, is again, how can you say it's not a Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy games have changed in story, in structure, tremendously from game to game. I don't understand. All right, let me finish this fight, then we'll get into, oh, you sons of bitches. Spell, nope, crap.
It's on now.
Spell, Blizzard. A.
You're mine.
Triple slash. Nope, triple slash again.
Now. You're done. It's over.
Limit break. Let's go, baby. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Let's go.
There we are. Yeah, let's return. Oh, Doom Rats have been slain. Report back. But yeah, I think we got... Again, I keep pressing the... Wait a minute. Oh, wait. What am I supposed to hit then? Am I supposed to say it's something weak to fire or weak to I thought I hit something weak to ice. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Saw the cutest video of SCP-999 in a fishbowl, and then one where he was with the Among Us beans. They were adorable. Okay. Yeah, keep that in your back pocket. That does sound cute. That definitely sounds cute. Okay, so hi. Hello. Finally I get a stage that gives me some freaking enemies to fight. Oh my lord. Let's do this.
Alright, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this.
Ay, ay, ay. You guys have no idea, like, doing Stream Raiders for the last, like, 3 days. I have been trying to get a stage with actual numbers to get some kills. And it's like, I've been getting fights where it's like 3 enemies, 4 enemies. Oh. Now we finally had something, and hey, we got the kills. I got the kills I needed. Boom, baby. All right, NWAPs, you are our MVP, so we will give this one to you. Or is it NWAP? NWAP, maybe? NWAP. NWAP. Let's go over the checklist. Is there a character named Sid, whose name is pronounced Sid? Is there a Biggs and Wedge? Are there summons like Ifrit, Odin, or 50 Bahamets? Are there Chocobos? There you go, the Chocobos. The Chocobos are the clincher. The Chocobos are definitely the clincher. If there are Chocobos, it's Final Fantasy. You can't screw it up further. You can't really screw that up. If you got Chocobos, it's a goddamn Final Fantasy. I don't understand how that can be misinterpreted any other way. I do not know. Tanya, thank you for the epic shinobi. Oh, that is such a cute little emote, Satananas. That is such a cute one. Thank you for being here still. I know you said that you were tired and everything, but thank you for being here for as long as you have. Okay, so what am I missing with this one?
All the items you could want, straight from the plate. No matter your needs or your budget.
Finally managed
Good
to
fight,
get those
good
2
night.
racks.
Ah, you are heading to bed
Thanks,
now?
guys.
All
You're
right,
the
man.
greatest. Was so
Good
good
fight,
here, I
good
thought I'd
night.
have to
I
close
remember.
up shop for
What was
good.
that? What was that show called? It was that
That might be-
claymation thing, right?
Hear me out. If the guy who took care of the town's rat problem told everybody where he liked to shop, well, what do you say? I'll make it worth your while, of course. Give you some incentive. Talk you up to Weimer and my customers, and anybody else who listen. You'll be swimming in work before you know it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay then, that's what I like to hear. 7th Heaven, the new merc in town and my little store. I can see it now. We're gonna clean up.
Okay. I really shouldn't be, but cleansing. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, why not? I am now out of money. I am so far out of money that it's getting ridiculous.
Thanks to
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out what am I missing here for the elemental. Unless wait a minute. Unless it's supposed to be what? Okay, chakra, lightning. Oh, I thought they swapped. Okay, so if I go in here, would I be able to fight more monsters? Yes, I would.
Don't hold back.
You got it.
How do I? That was it.
Allow me.
You are weak 2. Okay. Spell, Blizzard, Gorger. There it is! Don't know why it didn't work for the, Yeah. Oh, well, oh crap, we haven't, okay. Assess.
I got your number.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
All right, enough.
Worked up a good sweat.
Okay, so what I should have done for the rat fight was just let them try to summon. I'm always tired. It's 29.3 Celsius, 85 in my room, so I made the laundry SR a little. Oh god, yeah, I understand that. Celebrity Deathmatch, that's what it was called. I knew it sounded, I remembered it as soon as you popped it up. I could picture it. But no, 85 in your room, yeah. Trust me, Satananus, I know that feeling. Summertime sucks. Summertime sucks for that very reason.
Are you ready for more? I have to tell you that I'm grateful for all of your help thus far.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I've done it. I've developed a new material.
That I can buy. Haha! Why did you make the second one so expensive? Couldn't you have kept it?
I look forward to receiving all of your future battle intel submissions.
You could have kept it cheap, goddammit. But no, honestly, man, I hate trying to go to sleep in that too.
A certain shopkeeper told me you paid him a visit.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for helping him out. Just so happens there's another job I'd like to offer you. Now that I know you can handle yourself in a fight.
Yeah?
You've got a real killer on the loose, you see.
Yeah?
A rabid catch dog. Maybe you've heard people talking about it. Shinramuk gone feral.
Oh!
Last sighting was in Scrap Boulevard. Think you're up to it?
Right.
I'll handle it.
You're a lifesaver. Got anyone else around here standing
Right,
chance?
I remember this
Go
one.
get him, bud.
This was a roided up dog. Like, this thing is seriously roided up, if I remember.
Don't screw this up.
I wonder why they stopped doing Celebrity Deathmatch. Maybe it just didn't have good ratings, or it was a little bit too offensive. Because I know it got gruesome in some episodes. But it was still fun. I still remember watching it when it ran. I didn't catch every episode, but I do remember a couple. I do vaguely remember it. Aw, come on. So there's not going to be any enemies until I kill the dog, isn't it? Hmm? Wait a minute. I heard something. Alright, let's kill up the Roy. Let's kill the Roy dog.
Here I go.
Yeah, this is a Roy dog. Good lord.
Too bad.
Alright. Normally cannot be interrupted regardless of what ATB commands for using certain attacks on them sends them into a rampage, also making them susceptible to interruption. Ability enhancing often went to a bloodthirsty frenzy, but some of the... Okay.
No holding back. It's on now. Anytime now.
Come on, buddy. Try and hit me. Wait, what did she have? Strengthen basic attacks, leap into the air. Ah, right. Okay. Nope.
Try me.
Wait, do you have? No, you don't. All right, heal me up. Come on.
It's on now.
Ha ha! Spell, blizzard, go. Flee? No, no, you don't get to flee.
Damn it.
It thinks it can do that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna test out Tifa now. Where the hell did you go? Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did he go? Can't have gotten far.
Hey, over here. Tifa. Hey, Cloud.
Okay, what's up?
I drove the Hound into the area up ahead. He's pissed, so make sure you're ready.
You got it. Ready as I'll ever be.
Focus. No holding back.
Okay.
Try me.
Don't.
Here it comes.
Will you stop hitting her? Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha. Triple slash. Dive kick. Spell, blizzard.
Not bad.
Ah! Return to Weimer. Is there anything over here I can grab? No, let's not return to Weimer just yet. I just want to see if there's... Alright, potion. And that was it. Okay. Oh, we got the roid. We got the roid dog. We got the roided up mutt, so I'm happy about that. All right, so there was also another reward. It's not a green quest, but there is a bonus reward for killing a certain number of enemies before you finish this area out.
It's over.
Okay.
Take the lead.
As Tifa, you can press triangle to execute the martial arts. To access more advanced techniques, you must use... At level 2, you will execute... Oh! Damn it! Okay, I wanted to try that.
Sure thing, Coach.
Alright, let's try that, because... Oh, that's right!
All set.
Right, so her big thing... I remember now. I remember that how you're supposed to play her.
Of course not.
Because it had something to do with... Yeah. You had to get Unbridled Strength up twice. And then she became a true powerhouse.
This fight's not over yet.
Because rise and fall.
Throwing in the towel.
That's that.
Okay.
Took you long enough.
Spell Cure Cloud. How much does that do? 539. Okay. But yeah, I think she was also very much a glass cannon. As her health bar showed, she was a bit of a glass cannon.
Won't be tough. That'll do. Here we go.
I got this. Too late.
There we go.
You're good at this.
Told you so.
So much fun. Because I think... Can I... I can. I just don't I forget how. How do you... No? Battle settings. This was it. This was it. Okay. Right. You can set who you want to play. So during normal walking around, you'll always be Cloud, but then when combat starts, I immediately switch to Tifa.
So,
Okay, where's Weimer? Did I seriously? I walked right past him. I walked right past him.
Took care of the dog, did you? Phew. We owe you one.
Gotta say, I've never seen a Shinra breed like that before. Out of curiosity, when exactly did it show up?
Oh, today. The first reports came in just this morning. Why do you ask? Wait a minute. There's this crazy story about a Shinra research lab hidden right beneath our feet under the slums.
This will come back to us.
Really?
This will come back later.
This news to me.
And here I thought you might know something I don't. Well, I guess not.
It's a big organization. Sure, there's lots of secrets I don't know.
Don't you know it?
Fair enough. You got the bastard. That's good enough for me.
There we go. Little shitty that I'm only getting items, but
I'll bet a lot of people are talking about you right now. There's this amazing merc who can handle anything.
Nothing I've done around here has been all that special, though.
Oh, so you want more of a challenge, huh?
I was gonna say, do we have any more side quests? No, we just have this one. And then I think that will be it then. Again, it's a shame I haven't been getting money from these guys, but as far as battle intel goes, this one I could probably get by the end of this, but stagger effect 15 enemy types. So what are we up to?
Monster Slain this month. Check them out.
It's you! You're the merc everybody's talking about, am I right?
Yeah.
I knew it! So, the board here tracks how many monsters folks have taken down, right?
Yeah.
A bigger number means a safer town, and who wouldn't want that? Just between you and me, though, they're pretty much all your kills. Cool, huh? Anyway, keep up the good work. We'll try to make it worth your while.
There we go, 50. We get to 50, and we get,
You're welcome anytime.
so we just gotta get up to 50, and we'll be good.
Everyone's talking about you.
Look at that. Everyone's talking about you. I love it.
Gonna have to save up for the wedding.
I might need your help one day.
I'm not gonna let you sleep.
What did we just walk past?
I feel real sorry.
You never know. The sector
If the planet's a living being,
Alright, so now we go in here. This will probably get us the last 10 we need, I think.
Factory's off limits. Drakes have been spotted inside.
Yes, we know.
Huh? Wait a minute. Tifa? Don't tell me you're here to take care of those things. Are you? In that case, be my guest. We believe there's at least 2 groups lurking somewhere inside the factory. Find and cull them all.
Okay, I actually think I am going to need to switch to Cloud so that I can use the assess materia. Sweet. Moogle Medal and a Phoenix down. Nice. That saves me some money. Two antidotes. Can't say no to that. Thankfully, we're not dealing with a lot of poison right now. More breakable stuff. No, just a potion.
Let's end this quick.
What am I? Oh, come on. Would this actually do anything? Knock him off the wall. I love
That's
it.
a win.
So there's 2 groups. We just gotta find them. No, that's where we came. Alright, so there's only this path. Now is where things split off. And I noticed there was a bench back that way, so I can use that to heal up.
This won't take long.
Not all. Gotcha. It's over. See ya.
There we go! Worked like a chaw. Wait a minute. Oh, hold. Such a workout. Sweet. Oh, free fire materia. I'll take that. Heal up. Let's be off. So I think this will lead us to... Hello, pretty red light. I wonder if you're important.
Let's end this quick.
Ability, assess, Drake.
Allow me.
Weakness, where I don't have wind equipped. Hell. I forgot to equip. Abilities. Come on, stagger! There we go! Damn it, I got the stagger, but I didn't get the other part. So I think what you're supposed to do for the other intel... So, staggering... what was the key to this one? I think it's... You have to stagger the enemy and then charge the ATB gauge. I think that's what you have to do. The fact that we got these staggered is definitely a step in the right direction. But okay, first and foremost, equipment. We'll keep the healing materia. Let's put on wind. Yeah. I'm not really using deadly dodge either. So maybe... Use cast cure on severely injured allies up to a set number of times. No. No, I think... I like cleansing. Well, wait. Oh, yeah, cleansing can come in handy later.
I won't lose.
Hi?
That's it. Let's do this.
No, couldn't do it fast enough.
Was never in doubt.
Damn it. No. No, we are not returning to the scrap dealer yet. We're opening up this entire map. There was still one other door that we didn't get a chance to open. So I would much rather get that going. 2 vials of sedative. Ooh, yes. Recovered Mako. Or recovered MP. This was... Oh, yeah, this was... Okay. So now if we go back this way, then we go over here, then we can open this.
Locked up tight.
Oh, okay, so it stays locked. All right. Fair enough.
This won't take long. It's over. Try this.
God
Just
damn,
like
they
that,
just do not have a lot of life. Then we go back down this way, over this way, to the right, into here with the other gorgers. Really wish they were a little bit. All right, fine. You wanna mess with me, buddy? Ah.
That's a win.
Let's do cure. Get myself back up. And I think that got me the 50. I think that last fight got me up to 50.
Give them hell.
We did.
The factory's open for business again. If the planet's a living thing, I think we all know that.
All right. Personal space.
You think you're stronger
What?
than the people in the music bar?
All right, so if we go talk to this person, we'll get our 50. We'll collect our loot.
You make good money as a merc.
Yep, 57, but there we go.
Whoa, check it out! I don't think the number's ever gone that high before. At this rate, we won't have to worry about monsters ever again. What a thing to be able to say. Thank you so much.
Revival
We'll never
earrings.
forget how many bloodthirsty beasts you kept off our streets. Ah, smell that fresh air. That's the smell of a safe and happy town. One you could be proud to call home.
All right, so that means... How are we looking in terms of SP? Okay, I don't remember how we collect SP in this. Yeah, I don't remember how you collect SP, but oh well. Let's do... Yeah, let's do MP up. And then... Oh, right, equipment. Tifa. Enter battle with the auto life. Breaks upon use. Okay, I'm gonna keep that in mind.
Gotta admit, the watch is
I would rather not see it break, but... Oh, look at that. Only the today's special high potion. I do believe I bought the high potions off of them, because they were discounted. Alright, this is the last,
Got rid of those drakes in the factory, did ya? What a relief. I can't wait to give my regulars the good news. You're the real deal, all right. Keep it up, and I can see you going far as a merc in this town. I've worked with my fair share over the years, so believe me when I say that I know what I'm talking about. Anyway, you're needed over at the Pillar.
Pillar?
Apparently another flying bastard stirring up trouble. Bet you can't get enough of this, huh?
Fun.
Well...
No, I get it. If you're good at something, might as well make it your living. May not know you, but I know a man who's found his calling when I see one. Keep at it.
There you go.
I switch out my stock every so often, so drop by when you're in the neighborhood, huh?
500 gil. And then we got one more
Welcome.
quest.
I'm always getting in new stuff to keep up with the latest trends. You won't be disappointed.
Alright, so what's the new item? More high potions. I really shouldn't be buying these.
Always a pleasure. Oh, you look into that other gig yet? If you're planning to, might want to buy some extra supplies first.
We got him. We got him.
Serial numbers filed off.
Never ask folks about their suppliers. They don't take kindly to questions.
So I was at the hunt.
So this is Johnny's parents.
My son suddenly told us that he was going to leave town. Oh, tell me it isn't true. He can't survive out there on his own.
He'll survive. He'll survive.
My boy up and declared he was leaving town to go on a journey. We only live once. I say while he's young, he should follow his heart, even if it means defying the man. Playing by the rules only gets you so far.
Johnny's parents are cool. Alright, so now we'll go kill this other Drake, which, I mean, we'll figure out what he's weak to, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Seriously?
Hmm?
I'm sorry, but it's outside our jurisdiction. Show some spine.
Another?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, another quest. Almost ran right past it. Alright, let's do this. Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Nawaps, Tanya, Buster, Torade, Satananas, Clambake, and Kona, thank you all very much. Leroy, let's do it.
Alright, chums up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy!
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Kick him to the curb. Knock him into next week. Freaking hell! All those enemies, and it was like it was nothing. All those enemies. Alright, Clambake, you are our MVP. And since I got second, we're going to go random, and congratulations goes to Buster. Buster gets the tank scrolls. Alright. Now we have got a loyalty gold chest. Let's go. Let's go with the loyalty gold chest. Let's see what we get. For this one, I think I'm going to place a legendary. What are we fighting? We are fighting... Oh, this guy. Heals itself for every enemy it kills. Okay, what do I have? How much health do you have? 2450, so even my Buster here would not do enough. Alright, So you're saying if I want to maximize... Let's do Gladiator. I'll do a Gladiator. Then, that way the Gladiator will, Gladiator will stay alive for a little while. Okay. Yeah, because Gladiators do a decent amount, right? Yeah, they do a decent amount. Yeah, for each nearby enemy gains AoE attacks. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Okay, so what's this?
Don't leave it once. I will be.
Tifa, you won't believe this. A cerulean Drake flew in from the train graveyard, but these two clowns refused to get out their butts and do anything about it. Hey, is that? It is you, the new Merc. Then maybe you can help us out. The Drake is in the old telegraph factory over there. But to reach it, you'll need to get a hold of a watch security key. You should be able to find one inside one of the crates. I forget which. Just smash them all.
Just smash it all. Destroy them all. Oh no, this was the continuation of the quest. Okay.
Recently, a rather aggressive monster from the train graveyard.
If it ain't the Merc himself.
Yep. Okay, so crates. I'm looking for crates to smash. Nope. Moogle metal. Moogle metal, but no key. And yep. Phoenix down, but no key. Easy.
Deal with that.
Let me handle this.
Oh, for the Lord. Haha! I do love that.
You're good at this.
Oh.
Told you so.
Doesn't chakra only go up so high? Oh no. Chakra's still leveling up. Okay.
You asked for it.
There we go.
You're good at this.
Told you so.
Oh, okay. Got some crates here. There it is. There's the key.
Got the key?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to swap over. Oh, okay. Keep forgetting to swap the camera around. I apologize. Recover MP. Okay.
They're not
Really?
It's on you. Just like that.
Ooh, we got Kira.
I gotcha.
Wait. But... Oh, left and right. Oh, that's right. That's right. Cerulean Drake, here we go.
Coming through.
Out of our way.
Come on. Assess. Weak to wind. Hitting them with makes them susceptible. The icy winds that surround them are harmful of an element of... Okay. Let's do fire. Your materials that have more potent spells available. Blah blah blah. Oh, come on! It missed?
Storm's coming.
Come on, damn it. Stagger!
You're done.
Damn it.
That it?
Seriously, how do I get that last ability? Oh, no. Hold on. The stagger effect part 1. I'm trying to remember how this one works. Because it was a really difficult one. I remember this was one that causes a lot of issues. Stagger an enemy. Do this to defeat Sully. So what is it? Punisher mode, which should be done. They should then continue using stagger attacks. Okay, so it is, you're supposed to stagger your enemy. Oh, you use unique ability, so I have to go into Punisher mode. Unique ability means Punisher mode. Oh, okay, so hopefully with the next boss, I can stagger it, and then we'll go from there.
Piece of cake.
All set. Ha. Come on. Bring it.
Tanya, thank you for the epic bomber. Really? There we go.
Nothing to it.
I forget how to get proficiency bonus. I assume it's just using the moves.
Keep it together. Got it?
Oh, crap. All right. I almost wish I could increase the difficulty, but unfortunately, hard mode in this game is a little bit more complex than just increasing the difficulty. It's basically the New Game Plus. Yeah, see, I can't. Oh! I forgot I had these! I forgot I got these! That's right! Alright, where is... How do I set... How is it that I set... Yeah, that's right. Void incapacitation once per battle. Let's do that one. Tifa, you will get the Shinra Bangle. You don't have anything better for her there, but I will give her the Superstar Belt because, god damn it, she is a superstar. Alright. Let's go upgrade. Oh, right. So we'll, okay, is there a way to do this for multiple people at once, or do I really just have to? I think I really just have to. Okay. Attack power, HP, unbridled strength. Materia slot, materia slot, materia slot, materia slot. Prioritize materia slots every which way. always prioritize the materia slots. Which reminds me, can I actually get a better materia slot with this one? Nope. Then we will wait. Look at that. We got some new stuff now. So Tifa has fire and lightning. No, I don't use this. I do not like using this. So let's give... Actually, yeah, why do I not have... Wait a minute. I'm stupid. Fire, ice, and lightning. Cloud has... Whereas Cloud has healing, ice, and wind. Also has the assess. Summoning materia grants you the ability a single summoning can be set to a weapon's materia slot. Oh! God! How was I that stupid? Oh, that's right, because different ones give different boosts. Well...
Recently, a rather aggressive monster from the train graveyard.
No, that aggressive monster is gone.
And there he is! I knew you were the right man for the job. There's no denying you're the real deal.
Hell yeah.
Not like these idiots with their excuses. Rather have one of you than 20 of them.
They're just doing their job.
I mean, we can pretty much
expect them to be at your beck and call.
What exactly is it you're trying to say, Merc?
You need people who can follow orders, too.
I see now. Heard you were ex-Shinra. Guess I shouldn't be surprised you
Oh,
go to
come
bat for
on,
your old
Gwen.
buddies. Me? I'm just looking out for my people. All there is to it. Hell with you. We can take care of this town ourselves. No more mercs or Shinra. We'll build up the watch and kick you all out.
Good luck. Good flippin' luck. Star bracelet, huh?
Okay then. That's another solid gig in the books. You know, the whole town is really impressed with what you've done. Keep it up, and you'll have enough work to keep you fed for a lifetime.
Buster, thank you for the epic vampire.
And don't you forget it.
So where do we get paid? The shop or something?
Yeah, but why don't we head back to the apartments first? Take a quick breather.
Which lesson was that again?
Lesson 1. Got it? Anyway, let's go.
Wait a minute. Alone at last. Okay. So, Star bracelet. Okay. Oh, I see. Less defense, but you get the extra slot. All right.
Good job ridding us of that.
The way Gwen talks about you?
I think we...
Maybe we never should have moved.
Okay, wait. No, let's go around. I would much rather go around. Because I don't want to risk continuing the story. The discovery is just for right now.
I told Dad we truly owe you a debt of rent.
Well, you're very welcome. Now we're up to 75. Hey, Marl.
Huh? Someone's back awful early. Not that I mind. Would you two be dears and swap your filters out for me? I left them in your rooms.
Sure thing.
Not so fast, you. Do me a favor. She needs a friend. A real friend.
We're already friends.
Yeah.
So when she talks, are you really listening? Thinking about her and her feelings?
Oh, dear.
Or are you just going through the motions?
Go
on.
I can't deny. He probably is going through the motions at this point.
Let's take care of this real quick, okay?
Sure.
come over when you're done.
Alright, replace the filter. There we go. Easy enough.
Give me 1 sec. I'll be done in a bit.
Okay. Does this mean I can actually rummage around for a bit, or? No. Okay.
Finally. So, after you left the village,
Shoulder deep
I
cloud.
let you off the hook before, back at the hall, but not this time.
No, we're not quite there yet.
Hmm?
We're not quite at that point yet, but...
Well, when we were kids, everybody wanted to be a soldier, right?
Yeah, I remember they were on the news every day during the war.
Thing is, by the time I finally made it in, they didn't need heroes anymore. It was nothing like what we dreamt of. It was just working for Shinra. Just...
I'm sorry. I know it's a touchy subject.
Not exactly small talk.
Mm.
Especially with someone you haven't seen in a while.
I get it. Still, it's kind of funny. Us going our separate ways, thinking that must be it. That we'd never meet again. And then here, of all places, we do.
Right.
You know what? We should totally celebrate.
Oh,
Let's
is
dress
this the
up
one?
and hit the town.
Is this the one?
Really?
I mean, why not? It'll be fun.
Do you even have fancy clothes?
Oh,
Not like
Cloud!
fancy, but I'll figure something out. What do you think would suit me, huh?
Okay, okay, we got a poll. I have to do a poll here. What would suit Tifa? We got 3 options: mature, sporty, exotic. I'm gonna start a poll here, you guys. You guys get to choose. This actually does make a difference. The choice here does make a difference, and I misspelled Tifa. God damn it. That's my fat finger hitting the D next to the F. So, what do you guys think? Something mature, something sporty, something exotic? What do you guys think? I think I remember what the actual answers are for each of these. I think I do. Put it in the vote buster. Like I said, we got the vote going. I think I always picked mature myself. I actually can't remember what she says for sporty. I actually do not remember sporty. Huh. I'll be damned. Oh, but yeah, what do you guys think? I'm not looking at the poll. I'm not going to check it. I'm going to let you guys... I don't want to guide it. I do not want to guide it, but you got mature, sporty, exotic. Let's... I'm curious what you guys are going to pick. I'm hearing the audio kind of glitch out a bit here and there. Hold on. While you guys are doing that, I'm gonna try to... Don't know why it was glitching, but oh well. Alright, let's see. We're almost to the end. Let's see what we got. Really? No one else wanted to vote? Oh well. Looks like Buster's vote wins. Aw, man, I was really hoping for something, but oh well. It happens, it happens. I knew this cutscene was coming,
Something
but...
exotic?
Really? Then again, if we're making an effort, be sure to pick an outfit that goes with mine, okay?
Will do.
You will do.
This is gonna be so much fun. You'll see.
Yeah. Maybe.
Like I said, my pick was always for mature. I liked mature.
And on that happy note, I think it's time we headed back to the bar. Come on.
You don't need a break?
Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good. Marl isn't always right, you know.
God damn it, I love Tifa. Alright. Now wait. Oh no, this is the downstairs Marl. Okay. But alright.
Hey Marl, we took care of the filters, so we're gonna head back to the bar now.
Take care, you two. Oh, you're looking pretty chipper.
I don't feel that
She can already tell.
Must be my imagination, then. Anyway, keep your wits about you, Merc. A token of my appreciation. Be good to her.
A crescent moon charm. Reduces damage taken when equipped by non-active characters. No, we'll definitely give that one to Barret, because Barret is usually the one that's most often non-active. But alright. That is every single side quest. Boom. Boom, bada boom, boom, boom.
Guess I'll go. People are counting on.
Don't take your eyes off. When's the bar open for business?
I'm dying of thirst.
And here we are. You must be tired.
Same as you, I guess.
Could use a little something to take the edge off, right?
Right.
How about a refreshing cocktail made by yours truly that you can sit back and savor?
There we go.
Tifa.
Yeah, I'm feeling it a bit too. Hey, do you think you'll stick around a little longer?
Maybe. Work for a minute, build up some savings.
There you go.
I see. So, what'll it be? Want to head back out for a little while?
Yeah, why not?
Is there something else I can do? I mean, god damn it. Stop pressing the wrong button. I mean, we've got the equipment. And we've gotten the equipment. We can't get to that stuff. We've already done that. Yeah.
So he's the rat slayer.
No, I think we're,
You gonna bless us with your
Thinking
cooking
I
tonight?
might have dinner at
Well,
7:17.
you want to head inside?
Yeah. I appreciate them giving us a chance to think about it first, but...
We're back.
Did you have fun?
Lots of fun.
Hey, need y'all downstairs.
Right now? Then the plan is...
Marlene, wanna go wait for Jesse out front?
Okay.
She is so cute.
Looks like we're officially on for tomorrow night then. Gotta go over the details with the others.
Before you do, about my pay.
You'll get your money. So sit down and shut up until we're finished. Double time, Tifa.
All sevens. Lucky 7.
I'm really sorry, but it shouldn't take much longer. In the meantime... grab a seat. What'll it be?
mean, if it's something hard or not in the mood, it's gonna be something hard.
I don't know. Something hard and bitter.
Hard and sweet, I would say. Yeah, that does sort of suck, but hey, it happens. Such is life. They probably weren't sure how they wanted to detail it or something.
Well, most people would say something sweet right about now.
I'm sure they would.
Ah, but you're a more discerning customer, aren't you? In which case...
Which I love that she didn't even add anything to to it. It just, she shakes it up.
The Cosmo Canyon.
Oh. I cannot wait for...
Beautiful.
I gotta go.
Well, I think we are confirmed to get Cosmo Canyon in the next one.
Enjoy.
So I'm gonna see. I'm curious how Cosmo Canyon's gonna be like. I am very curious. I just gotta start saving up. That's all.
Hey, you see the news? The reactor bombing was the work of the eco-extremist group Avalanche.
Oh yeah, I didn't go
Enemy
by the
number
bar.
1. Gets your heart racing, doesn't it? They don't know our faces, so we're in the clear for now. But we'll want to capitalize on this momentum. Speaking of which, you coming on the next one?
For the right price.
Oh, you can bet I'll be pushing hard for a raise. Tifa will be joining us too, but I don't know. Even a blind man can see her heart's not in it. She was never on board with the bombings, so if it comes down to do or die, if I've got to put my life in someone else's hands, then I'd rather that someone was a professional, like you.
God damn, they can guilt
kill
trip.
some time.
All right, and I know just how to do it. Wait, how do I... Wait. Yeah, come on, let me play. Okay, I can play. There we go. God, I hate this one. Press X to throw darts. The point value vary is deducted from your point total. Goal is reduce your points to exactly 0. Oh, how did I... Oh, crap, there was multiple... Oh, there were multiple... Shoot. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Oh, can I do this? Ah, son of a... Crap. Okay. Come on. Shoot. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. So that puts me in number 2. Damn it, I was so close. Hold on, hold on. No.
Maybe just chill a bit.
No. No, we are doing that right. We are getting the number 1 award there. First, we got to do Stream Raiders. No. I'm not letting that one go. No. I am not letting that one go.
Alright, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this.
I refuse to let that one go. I screwed up with that one. I could have gotten that. I so could have gotten that. I swear you guys are doing this way too fast. You guys are doing this way too fast. Tanya, congratulations. Wait, what was that other quest? Captain Units and duels. No. I don't want to do duels. No duels for me. No dueling for me. Let's place... Why not? Let's place a Berserker. I will say vibe on these two, no vibe on this. All right. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Okay. Okay, got one. Ah, no. Okay. Come on. Okay. Shoot. Okay, we just need the 40. Seven, baby! I'll take the 7. Give me the 7, baby. Number 1 on the leaderboard. It ain't my best. I know I could do better. But wait, don't I get a reward for that? Wait a minute. Don't I get a reward for that? Or am I mistaken? Wait, how do I get the reward? How do I get it? Like, do I have to wait until after this, or... Right. Okay, so you gotta wait to talk to Wedge. That's it. Since he was the winner. Kinda wish I could play, I mean, I wish I could play pinball, but... Oh, wait, I can go behind the bar. Anything good? Nope, can't go that way. Alright, guess we'll just sit and wait. Not like there's anything else we can do. We won the darts. I won at darts. I am a master at darts. Oh yeah, she looks happy. She's already... Oh no, she's making herself coffee. Oh, or just regular water.
I heard you're having second thoughts.
I know we have to think big if we're going to make a difference. But not like this. I feel trapped.
If it feels wrong, don't do it.
Right, that was a reference. Because I think she even said, I think Cloud even said, if you ever feel trapped, I'll come help.
Guess that's that then.
What, they kick you out?
We agreed to disagree. So, you want another drink?
Tifa! Time to celebrate. Break out all the good stuff.
Oh, sure.
We won't be needing you for this next job. Feel free to look for work elsewhere.
Fine by me. That's how I like it. No contract, no obligation.
Figured you'd say that. Here, the rest of your payment, along with a little extra for your exemplary service. And thus concludes our business. Gonna have to ask you to leave now. This here's a private affair.
Spectre's here.
Sorry, I tried. We talked it over, but in the end, we didn't want to put so much on you. This is our fight.
Jesse, what's the holdup?
Be right there. No hard feelings, huh?
It's fine.
Let's talk more after I'm done here, okay?
I saw that mouth
Really,
quiver.
it's fine.
Come on, Jesse, I'm dying here.
Wedge, shut it!
I'll catch you later. Sorry to keep you thirsty boys waiting.
Oh, come on, Cloud. At least finish the drink.
That hit the spot.
Damn, Biggs. Slow down.
We'll talk later. I promise. Sorry, you were saying?
Keep it tight. Ain't no room for error come tomorrow.
More reason to live it up now.
Oh no. You better not
Damn it!
be about to
Yeah,
ask for
okay,
more
I
money.
guess it's my fault.
What were we talking about?
It's been too long since we did this.
Not since we went on that all-night bender after HQ gave us the boot.
They did not give us the boot.
It was an amicable separation.
Just thinking about it's making me mad again.
Can't believe it's already been a year. I don't know how we managed.
Well, I do. It was you guys going above and beyond. Thank you.
No need for that, boss. We all knew what we were signing up for.
God damn.
Yeah, but when shit hits the fan, it's good to know you in my corner. End of the day, you're all I got.
Damn it, Barrett. He can be a good boss sometimes.
Happy to look out for you, like I know you'll look out for me.
So long as someone looks out for my stomach.
Tifa's got you covered there.
Friend, or as a cook.
As if you really gotta ask.
Hey,
Right?
little guy, you need anything?
That tickled!
I guess it is kind of obvious.
All right.
You know, it'd be really cool if we could do this again tomorrow night.
Oh, we will.
What's up with them?
In this town. Just shut up and wait. We'll find him soon enough.
Oh.
Seems like the
Oh, right.
Hey, brother. You from around the way?
I guess.
No big man with a big gun strapped to his right arm? Heard he set up shop somewhere in the neighborhood.
That depends.
Ah. Clever. Smell an opportunity to make some scratch, do you?
500.
200.
3.
Whatever, man. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk. Walk with me.
Oh, and of course they gotta walk lockstep. What the fuck?
You looking at me?
Is he with them?
Move it! I said move.
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Look at all these assholes staring at us.
This shithole's got nothing on Wall Market. Am I right?
Oh god, these are cornholios, man.
Word of
Right.
advice, Blondie. Don't piss off my friend here. You'll be real sorry.
Unless you got some kind of death wish, then be my guest.
Uh-huh.
After you, brother. And don't worry, I ain't the backstabbing type. Most days.
Yeah. Hey, you have a good day at work, Buster, and we'll catch you later. Thank you for being here as long as you have. We're going to go for about another hour or so. So, yeah, we'll catch you tomorrow for the midweek mix-up where we'll be playing
You know where the
Mabinogi.
bastard's hiding, don't you?
I told you before. That depends.
Oh yeah? You wasted my time.
Shinra's
Kinda.
time, you mean?
Shinra knows better than to stick its nose in my boss's business.
He is Cornholio.
Like I give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go.
Allow me.
All right, weak to fire. Drinks a concoction that helps his attacks from being interrupted once he's doped up. Okay. Damn it.
Try this.
Tear you to shreds.
Crap, they're all in. So does that heal you or no? Rabatu!
Get ready.
Crap!
Shit. All right. Take a shot.
Crap. I'm just trying to see if I can stagger one of these assholes. How do I get out of this?
Take a shot.
Like, seriously, how do I get out of this?
You feel this?
Right.
You won't know what hits you.
Here it comes.
Bastard.
You're mine. Enough. Big man with a big gun.
God damn it!
Why do you want it?
Damn it!
Brace yourself. Anytime now.
Come on, buddy. Actually, can I cure you? No, I can't.
It's over. Time to get serious.
Fine. I'll end with this. I'm trying to get the freaking stagger thing going, but I'm just not getting any luck.
Shinra, then not my problem. Lesson 1 for life on the ground floor. Get some rest.
Good lesson. Grenades. Don't need those. May as well see if this guy's got any new stuff.
Gil burning a hole in your pocket? Then you've come to the right place.
Nope, doesn't have anything new. And I have more than enough potions. So even on discount, I do not need potions. Alright, so we'll head to bed. Because, yeah, I can't do anything else there. Yeah, I guess we're good. Oh, hi?
Welcome home, honey. Took your sweet time.
God damn it. I do love this rendition of Jesse.
Psych.
What now?
Are you gonna let me in so we can talk in private? Guess I'll get right to the point then.
Oh.
Huh. What have you got there?
An apology for not getting you on the mission.
Ifrit, I think.
Or not. What do you think it is?
A proposition.
Nailed it in one. Gonna have to ask you to keep all this a secret from the others, though. It's a personal matter. Something I need to sort out tonight.
Is this the...
Tonight?
Tonight. You and me, together. I want you to come with me to the Sector 7 plate.
Right.
I'll give you the details on the way.
This is the
That's
motorbike
fine
mission.
By me, but don't you have a pretty big day ahead of you?
I do too,
I do,
Buster. I do
but-
too.
If I don't deal with this now, it's only gonna get harder. Anyway, I can count on you, can't I? A down payment.
It is Ifrit. Okay. So...
Doubt we'll be back before morning, in case you were planning on traveling light. Make sure you've got everything you need before we leave. I'll wait here.
Pretty sure I've got everything I can get. But, just to be safe... Yep, raise damage. Chocobo chick. Yep. Alright. I'll check the weapons shop, but that's like the only other thing I can think of that I might be...
Everyone I know said they felt a lot better after talking to Milo.
Well, I don't think he has any other weapons for me.
Take your time and stock up on what you need to keep our streets safe.
Yeah, so Star Bracelet, we already got plenty. Vitality, Magic Powder, Power. Bleh. Nah. Alright. Yeah, I got everything.
Really take care of that.
Alright, let's do it. Not sure if we'll be able to finish this.
You all set?
Yeah, let's go.
Awesome. Meet me at the station after dark. Don't be late.
You got it. Alright.
It's just another job.
Keep telling yourself that, Cloud. Seventh Heaven, favorite after-work hangout for laborers. Tifa's cocktails and cooking are big hits among the locals. Stargazer Heights, Midgar. Yeah, chapter selection. Yeah, we're not going to use that. I don't know if I get to use that or not with this file or not, or if you have to have a cleared save file.
Huh?
Tough break. They changed the times. Last train's already left. Which is why we borrowed these bikes. Need a lift to the plate?
How did you guess?
Easy. You've been acting weird. Like talking about one thing when you're obviously thinking about something else.
Yeah, and don't get me started on all that pep.
All right, I'll give you that. But how did you know I wanted to head topside? Was I talking in my sleep? What else did I say?
No, we just wanted to see your parents, that's all.
Nailed it, huh?
Yep, right on the head.
So, seeing as we don't have any family of our own, how about you let us be a part of yours for a bit? You know, spread the wealth.
Are your parents still around?
No.
God damn you assholes.
Okay then. Guess you're all invited. Here's to awkward family reunions.
Yeah! To awkward family reunions. God. Well, this will be interesting.
I take it you boys have your brand spanking new IDs?
Yes, ma'am.
Then let's lay down some rubber.
Crank that throttle. Okay, you got it.
Oh, I love this remix. I suck at this though.
Yeah.
Just so you know, I'm not going plateside for the reason they think I am. Look, you saw the way the reactor went up. It was huge, right?
Because of all the Mako. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. That was wishful thinking. Deep down, I know it was my fault. I used a more powerful blasting agent than the directions called for. It had nothing to do with the Mako.
So you think.
Let's say you're right. So what?
I'm planning on using a weaker blasting agent this time. But since I can't get in touch with my supplier, our only option is to loot a warehouse owned by Shinra.
Shinra? Good luck with that.
With your help, we won't need luck.
All right. Like I said, I hate...
So far, so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
And that is?
The fake IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scan...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man. Just like that?
No need to worry. We've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Don't blame me.
I wish. I wish, but I've never done very well at this one.
Someone's having fun.
How can I not? Pursued by villains, a young couple thrust together by fate race through the neon street night.
Get off.
Bob, you need help!
My hero!
Straight to legal force?
Pretty much.
Over if they ask nicely? See? So don't go holding back now. Have the cold-eyed mercenaries' hearts suddenly begun to melt?
Damn it, Jesse!
I won't forget that. Wait, is it just me or did we slow down?
Just you.
Woo! Think we've bitten off more than we can chew. What do we do?
Shut up.
Let's see, which one's coming up first?
This isn't good!
Go.
Moving to intercept. Got more company.
A-team's here.
Oh crap.
We'll make the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we?
I think my heart just skipped a beat.
Damn it. Damn it! I love this mission, but I suck at it.
Heads up, drones!
Come on, Wedge, you've done it! I am gunning it!
We're good.
Nothing about this is good.
You got me.
Fair enough. All right then, do your thing.
Damn! That was so cool!
Oh, here we go. Oh, this asshole. Oh, this asshole, man.
HQ saying he's less than a few minutes out. Copy. Yeah. More reason to finish this quick. That kind of trouble. Now, we need backup. Screw this.
Come on.
I suppose you had it coming.
Make it look pretty easy.
Damn it, I am taking too much damage.
Next soldier for you. Next to him. We look like kids on
Because it's all about your health.
You're damn right you do.
Because I think I have to stay at 90% in order to win this, so I've already lost. I've already technically lost the best possible scenario.
We made
the station?
No, head straight for the warehouse. Aww. Our magical ride is almost at an end.
Why are you talking like we're not here?
Because you're not.
Oh, crap.
Not over yet. Clown! Little help!
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
Freaking ridiculous! Time's up. Break off before he shows. Copy.
What's going on?
Oh, crap. Here we go. Here we go. It's the crazy man. It's the crazy man with the masterful... Oh. This... I don't know how he can do this. I don't understand how he does this.
Too quick for the eye. You cross him, you die. Now, mind if I cut in? Woo! Splendid! I've been looking for a new dance partner. Private party, huh? That's fine. I'll settle for a race then. Just one.
You talking to me?
I most certainly am.
Then no.
So terribly sorry. Your words failed to reach my ears, sluggish and slow as they are.
What's this guy's deal?
Damn it.
Name's curiosity has been piqued. My name is Rose, but you may address me by the more accurate appellation, Speed Demon.
Heard that, huh?
My ears are attuned to the feminine voice.
Oh my god. Get over here so I can actually hit you.
Yes, this is the contest I've been waiting for.
Oh, wait. Crap.
What say we shift it into high gear?
Yeah, see, I...
What is he up to now?
I don't know, Jesse.
Not bad. You have promise.
Thank you, River.
Big affection for your mount. But one cannot simply ride one's bike. Embrace your emotions. Enter your heart to the world.
Uh-huh.
Enjoying your day. One must unlock its true potential.
What are you doing?
One with the machine.
Oh, god damn it. And now he has lightning. Oh, crap.
My heart beats faster by the second. Wonderful gift you've given to me.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm getting so close. Oh, crap. Here we go again.
Come on, you look more dancing if you did.
Hey, Clown! I need some help here!
Okay, we did this with still a decent amount of health.
Had enough?
Again, not 90%, but...
As if I could ever grow tired of your company. Naughty, naughty! Until one of our flames is forever extinguished, our dance will never end!
God damn it, Roche!
For me!
Please no more. Please no more. I love these fights, but they are so they are so bizarre. How do bikes work like this?
Come on, let's push it past the red line!
Jesse, take over.
There we go.
Well, well, well.
I do believe this round is yours. Maybe next time we can keep it just between the two of us.
Oh my god.
Maybe. Until we meet again, my friend.
This man is insane, and I have such mixed feelings about him.
We did it.
Go team! Don't get too excited. Reinforcements.
Wait,
will
are they?
the trail.
Wait, seriously? Oh, come on. I've done enough, haven't I? Okay, we have. I didn't win,
You
but
passed the test.
What test?
Driving.
Did more than just pass.
Not really. You made it by the skin of your teeth, if we're being honest.
yeah.
Whatever.
I bet you held back because I was with you.
Didn't want you to fall.
So now I'm too weak to stay on a bike? Huh?
God damn it, Jesse.
Just hold on tight, will you? What?
I might be falling after all.
God damn it, Jesse.
Psych.
Oh.
Oh, would you look at that? It's the end of the ride.
Yeah, I think, what was the... 80%. It was 80% that I had to stay at. I got about 60, which isn't bad. But what I needed was 80.
We'll go on foot from here. Don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves.
But yeah, that's...
Hey, did these things leave a mark?
They got you pretty good.
Ugh, and I'm running on fumes.
Don't worry. We'll top you up soon enough. Now let's roll.
Oh. Alright. Alright, let's get to Stream Raiders. Thank you everyone for being here. I love Killa, Clambake, Kona Deuce, Buster, Nwaps, Torade, and I am Cat's Eye. Thank you guys, every one of you. Leroy, do your thing.
Alright, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy!
Sure, this is going to be another quick one. There was never any doubt. There was never a doubt. Not a doubt in my mind. Killa, congrats on the Rogue Scrolls. Alright. This is going to be our last fight of the night. Because then after this, we will head out on... Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see where we are when we get done with this. Where are the enemies? Okay, we got another level 20 Hoive. That's a spicy one. I really have nothing good for you, do I? Guess I'll place a monk down. See if I get some luck with the monk. Yeah. I think that'll do. Alright. Let's head in and get started.
The residential area is just beyond this gate. Mind doing the honors?
Okay. Alright.
You've got an arm on you.
Apparently that is supposed to be hard to pull. Okay. Alright. Employee housing. Kind of interesting, but...
Here we are. The employee housing district, where they put you when your parents work for Shinra.
But not all of them.
While their reactors were slowly killing the planet, we were living the good life.
See, I find that interesting because we had that Shinra middle manager stopping in the slums. So clearly, not everyone that works for Shinra gets to... Got a lot of... Okay, we're getting a surprising lack of loading in here.
Come here.
Oh.
Ugh, no dice. Someone's playing hard to get.
Oh, is that that's a Moogle bike, isn't it? It's got the bat wings, the little bauble. Oh, that's cute. Oh, look at that. Little bat wings and a bauble. I love it. Yeah, Benora White. Yeah.
Folks here must be living off 3 or 4 times what I do.
And this is kind of funny. Like, this is the employee housing for Shinra. And even it's not perfect. Like, the roads aren't very well paved. It's I mean, it's nice, but, you know, a lot of these houses are still kind of small.
Still leaves the lights on every night. For the girl who only comes home once every other blue moon. Mom's an old-fashioned type like that.
Think she'll make us pizza? Her Midgar special?
She's quite the cook. Quick to whip up finger-licking food, even if you drop by in the dead of night.
And she loves guests who ask for seconds or thirds.
So Wedge is right at home.
Okay, let's head in. Cloud, you know what to do. Why don't you wait around the corner over there?
Okay.
The Jesse
Shame you
job.
won't get to try the Midgar special. You would have really liked it.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Wedge. I'll try it another time.
With your help, we won't need luck. You'll take on just about any job, right? Well, I need you to rob my house. Think you can do that for me? Go in through the back door when the coast is clear. A signal will be obvious.
Once the lights come on, it's go time.
Such cute kitties. You can tell the people at Square Enix are cat people. You can really tell that they're cat people. Or at least they were when they made this one.
Time to go.
Because I've heard Final Fantasy 16 has a dog you can pet. I've heard it has one, and I want to pet that dog. Alright. Okay. Guess the cat walked off.
Inside, you'll find a room with 2 doors.
I'm amazed he was able to sneak in with a sword that big.
You want the room on the right. That's where you'll find it.
Now what happens?
Sorry about dropping in like this again. This will always be your home. So, how's practice going? It's going. You get so fixated, lose sight of things. That's why I'm glad you've got a rock like this. Always there, taking up space.
Hey.
Raised on praise, I see.
So that's where she gets it from.
The legendary Midgar special. Fantastic as always, Mrs. R.
I always keep enough ingredients on hand to make extra just for you.
Oh, wow. I feel like I'm part of the family.
Yeah, like the dog.
We'll be chatting Mom up in the kitchen, so don't even bother being quiet. There's no way she'll ever hear you.
Bullshit.
Dad'll be in there, but it's okay.
What was
I
it?
need you to grab his Shinra ID card. And yeah, I know I should do it myself, but... but I honestly don't think I'm up to it. Just do this for me, okay?
I'll take another one, please.
Okay, where would it be?
Jesse. What's this?
Sure, let's read it.
Dear Mom and Dad, sorry for not getting in touch sooner, but... I'm working at the Gold Saucer as an actress now.
Right.
It wasn't easy, and I had a lot of help from people along the way. But I managed to land a starring role, and closed our 2 tickets to my play. Looking forward to seeing you both there.
Jesse Raspberry as the princess?
The princess. Yes. The princess. I think it was in his coat, so what's these?
This isn't it.
Then read it out loud so I know it isn't it.
My dad. He was a maintenance supervisor at the reactor.
Not the one we blew up, but still one.
Thanks.
So the man... I believe this is Mako poisoning, if I remember correctly. I believe that's what's going on with him. Now, would I be able to... Nope.
Please, take more.
Alright.
This is amazing.
God, imagine if while you walk past these windows, the guy was suddenly looking at you. We'd be in a horror game if that was the case. Oh, I just alerted everyone.
Mission accomplished.
I guess.
When are you going to give up on the Gold Saucer? How long has it been since you even performed?
A lot of people really rely on Jesse.
As a stagehand, though, right? You can be one of those anywhere. So why not come home and get a job at the Sector 8 theater?
I'll think about it. You know, I'd really love to stay and chat, but we gotta go.
So soon?
Yeah, well, we hadn't even planned on dropping by. But Wedge wanted some of your famous pizza.
So good.
Sure I can't tempt you with some more?
Maybe just a couple slices, Mrs. R.
Uh-huh.
Wedge! Hey, I'm doing it for you guys. You don't
Wedge!
want me going to work on an empty stomach.
I'm planning on using a weaker blasting agent this time.
This man, I swear.
Since I can't get in touch with my supplier, our only option is to loot a warehouse owned by Shinra. Hey there.
This it?
Now comes the hard part. I'm gonna use this to sneak into the 7-6 annex.
Rowan Raspberry.
All right, let's get to it.
Sorry, but you're staying outside. Only I know what to steal from where, so it's gotta be me who goes in.
So, we came all this way just to eat pizza?
You think I'd let you off that easy? You're gonna earn every slice helping Cloud. Just do the thing where you draw everyone's attention away, like you did at my parents'. What's the word again? Maybe I'm more nervous than I thought.
Distraction. Oh.
Yeah, that. Nice one, military man.
So what? Does this mean we're gonna ask some Shinra folks out to dinner?
Wedge!
You know damn well what she means. While you're inside, we make sure the guards are focused on the outside, yeah?
Exactly. Couldn't have put it any better. When you see a flare go up, that's your cue. Rush the front gates and make for the warehouse plaza. The more hell you raise, the more time you buy me.
Huh. You're gonna run this guy into the ground, aren't you?
How much time do you think you'll need?
Not too much. I'll be in and out. I'll send up another flare when I'm done. We rendezvous in the vacant lot up ahead.
Hold on. How are we supposed to get back to the slums? Wait for the first train?
No. I want to be back before that. Don't worry. I have something worked out.
I remember
Now,
what she did.
let's get
I
this
remember
done.
what she has worked out.
Well, that diversion's not gonna create itself. Jesse's dad was in there, right?
Yeah.
Mako poisoning.
Yep, I was right.
Happened while Jesse was doing a show with the Gold Saucer.
So, yes, that wasn't to cover
What
that.
do you care?
No. I want to hear it.
Jessie always wanted to be an actress. Worked her ass off for years. Until finally she caught a break. Top billing. Parents were thrilled. And then, right before opening night,
Her dad had an accident.
collapsed from overwork. And in the worst possible place, Mako's storage. Lay there half a day before someone found him. Been like that ever since.
Half a day.
No change whatsoever. That's what got her into planetology. And led her to seek out Avalanche. How far we've come.
Jesse's got a theory about it. Thinks her dad's spirit is stuck now, between his body and the heart of the planet. So if we don't shut down the reactors soon...
You'll get caught up in the flow and poof. What's so funny?
Just that I understand how you feel. Unlike most of the time.
Unlike most of the time. Oh. Let's see. What am I gonna need here? Healing, ice, wind. Let's grab Tifa's lightning materia. Because I think we're gonna be fighting a couple of bots.
Mako's the essence of life itself. Of memory and hope. It's not something you burn in a reactor just to keep the lights on. Hell no. Oh, don't tell Jessie about this little chat, okay? When she gets pissed, whew, she gets punchy.
Well, no promises.
He's serious, Cloud. She'll beat the shit out of us.
Not my problem.
This guy.
I love this.
Hey, it's the lot Jesse was talking about. We rendezvous here when we've got what we came for.
Right. And I don't think there's anything else special in this area. I don't.
Gotta stay hidden. Wait for the signal.
It's so quiet.
Just need to get past this gate.
Wait. Where are the guards?
They're just knocked out, dude.
Looks like someone beat us here.
And I don't think it was Jesse.
This had better not get in the way of our plans.
It won't.
I don't see anyone. What the hell happened?
Hey man, the plaza's that way. Warehouses are further in. Jesse's supposed to be circling around from the back, right?
So what's over here? I know that there's a training facility over here, but hey, there's a treasure chest. Some high potions. Okay, I'll take that. Looks like we're going to be getting ready for combat here. Yep, training center. Yeah.
This will be quick. Allow me.
Weak to electricity, resistant to wind. It's only affected by non-elemental lightning magic. Of these, lightning is more effective.
Let's do this. Shit. You're done. Enough.
Damn it.
Was never in doubt.
Okay, got a training bonus. Don't know what training bonus means, but let's try again.
Should be easy. It's over. It's over. Bang!
Oh, I get Gil. Ooh, right. I can train up. I can grind some Gil for later. Ooh. I forgot about this.
Think you can stop me? That's that. No holding back. Enough. There.
Oh.
Never in doubt.
Nice. Okay. Let's do one more. Why not? Now that I've kind of gotten the idea.
That's that. All right. Fly. Let's finish this.
Well, I guess I got to be careful because that is burning into my that is burning into my MP. Oh no, wait! I've got a bench over here. There's a bench right here. Oh, and I love these benches that are in the shape of the old school save points. I do like that. I think, does it save here? No, it doesn't. Okay. I do love energy drink potion, because they actually did create they actually at one point in time, Square Enix or someone who's affiliated with them actually did create an energy drink that they called potion. I think you can still get it in Japan. I think you can still find it in Japan. I don't think they sell it anywhere else. But yeah, I think they still sell it, and I cannot remember if it came out during, I think it came out during Final Fantasy 13's time, because it's referenced in 15. The drinks that they use in 15, if you read the flavor text, it actually says that these are normally energy drinks that Noctis blesses with his kingly powers to give the healing ability.
No need for us to rush. Let's scout it out first.
I can handle this solo.
What? You're trying to keep us out of it now? Don't be a jackass.
Ooh.
We're in this together.
Don't expect me to save you.
If you need to check your gear, now's the time. Give the word when you're good to go.
You can use that vending machine over there to stock up.
Yeah. Sometimes limited. Yeah. We already did that.
Guess there's a training center too. Could go a few rounds before the main event.
Man, I get really
You just ate like 2 full pizzas. How? How are you hungry? Okay, so Iron Blade. Iron Blade is better. It's better stats. Alright. I was gonna consider swapping the Buster Sword, but no, this is better stats. I don't think anything's gonna change if I go down here, so Nah, screw it. Let's get
When
going.
you leave something at home or just need a bite to eat, vending machines can be real lifesavers.
Yeah.
Remind me, you've got summoning materia, don't you?
I have it equipped.
There's no better way to deal with big groups. You'd be crazy not to equip it.
I have it equipped.
Okay, let's go over the plan one last time. You start things off by cutting loose where everyone can see you.
And us?
We're the backup. First, we climb high enough to get a vantage point, then we go to town on it.
God damn it, the windmill. Okay, that is a beautiful skyscape. I forgot about that.
Heya. So, what did you want to talk about?
Cloud with a ponytail.
When
That
spring
feels
comes,
weird.
I'm leaving town. I'm going to Midgar.
Should have figured. All the guys are leaving.
But I'm not like them. I'm not going just to look for work. I'm going to be a soldier. The best of the best. Like Sephiroth.
Great war hero, huh? Isn't
I
it
still
pretty
need to
hard
see
become a
this
soldier?
war that Sephiroth was a hero of.
Yeah.
We have never
So I
seen
won't
that.
be back for a long time.
Guess not. Think you'll be in the papers?
I'll try.
Just promise me one thing. When we're older, and you're a famous soldier, if I'm ever trapped or
Here it
in
is.
trouble,
Yep.
promise you'll come and save me.
There it is.
Huh?
That's what heroes do. They save people. Please? Just once. Come on, promise me.
Fine. I promise.
So cute. So flipping cute.
I heard you're having second thoughts.
I know we have to think big if we're going to make a difference. But not like this. I feel trapped.
Took him a bit. It took him a bit, but he got there. Alright, there's the flare.
That's the signal.
All according to plan.
Let's go.
Right.
Yeah.
Time for some fun.
I don't see any intruders.
You sound like the same
Maybe
person.
they went home. Hey, over there.
Yep. Hi, guys.
Target sighted. Light him up.
Time for some fun.
Give up?
Kill the bastard.
Okay.
Here we go. No. That's that.
Where's our damn backup?
Where is our backup? Oh, can I get some tougher enemies, please? Damn. I was hoping I could get the Grenadier. Oh. Oh, here we go. Now we got a big boy. Oh, wait. No, we don't.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
Nope, those are not big boys. Those are just rockets.
Give me a bit more time and I got you.
Okay.
Give it up! Putting up a fight,
Assess. What you got? Breaking their melee attack, blocking. Okay.
I'm waiting.
Okay. You gonna use a potion? Use a potion, bitch.
Can't take me.
It's over.
Damn it.
Allow me.
Uh-huh.
Come and get it.
Come on, use a potion so I can stagger you.
Enough.
Going in.
Crap. Oh, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt.
Okay. No holding back.
Come on. Crap! Nice. Good job, Biggs.
Still in it.
Who's letting me do what now?
Too bad.
They evade all stones, skip when they attack, hitting them with fire attacks when they are staggered.
Can't hide from me.
No escape.
Let's do this.
No, 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 no.
Right. Get ready. That's that.
God damn it!
See ya.
Fucking.
Still in it. I got your number. Come on.
I am trying so hard to do this right now. God dang it. Nicely done. All right, we'll try it. Let's do Stream Raiders real quick. Let's do Stream Raiders really quickly, and then we'll finish this off. Leroy, do me proud, baby.
All right, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy!
Alright, come on. Just done. Donezo. You are donezo. Beautiful, everyone. Beautifully done. And Kitty Blep, you get the Flying Rogue scrolls. Alright. So with that, we are done with Stream Raiders for the day. We're gonna polish off the last little bit here of this fight. Oh boy. Oh, right. These things. No. No, Wedge. Bad Wedge. Bad Wedge.
Catch me if you can.
You are a big man. They are going to catch you. Of course they're gonna catch you, dumbass. Wait, how do I access?
Let's do this. That's that. You're done.
Okay, apparently I cannot do,
Allow me.
Yes! Got the last stagger effect. Yes! Got it! Ah! There, you happy?
I think I ran off the pizza.
And then some.
Hell of a show, man. If only the ladies loved you that much.
I'm glad someone's enjoying themselves.
I am too. I'm enjoying myself. Alright, here we go. Now we get the bots.
Of course they store mechs here.
I am fine with that.
You ready? Hell yeah.
More than you know. Look what I found. Let's give these jerks a taste of their own medicine.
There it is. The enemy slumbering within it. Okay. I was wondering when this was gonna happen.
I got your number.
Alright, weakness to electricity. Damage makes them successful.
You're as good as dead. It's on now. Try this. Here it comes.
No, wait, hold on.
That's it.
All right.
Here we go. It's on now.
Let's go, baby. Give me my Ifrit. Summons fight alongside you, and their remaining time is indicated. Yeah. Have a will of their own, engage them as they see fit. You can command them by expending your party members' ATB gauges. Yes. I didn't kill you? Come on!
Let's finish this.
There we go.
That's what I call teamwork. Stay where you are.
All right, we got one more part to this.
Well, shit.
All right, assholes, show me your hands.
No. Oh my god, this man. Go, Roche, go.
Having a wonderful time kicking the hornet's nest.
Yes. Of course I'm having a wonderful time. Still got the damage, but I'm amazed it's still running.
You know what I want. A second dance.
Just the two of us.
All right.
You turned the key. The engine roars with excitement. It hungers to be set free!
Fall back.
Right.
Yeah, back off, guys. This is with me and this is for me and Roche.
It's been a long time since I fought a duel out of the saddle. But for all the miles on the clock, I'm just as fast as I ever was.
There we go.
At last,
Hey, you're even gonna heal me up first?
Too bad.
All right, what you got? Weak to fire. Shoots. Hitting him with physical strikes and blocking his... Yeah. Gotcha, buddy. Crap.
I see.
Oh, okay. Second phase.
I told you we were gonna push it past the red line.
I hate this so much.
Shall I keep you company? Not bad. In the blink of an eye. How marvelous! Try it.
Come on.
Shall I keep you company?
God damn it. There we go. Got a stagger off of you. And Raver to polish it off. There we go. That's how we do.
Satisfied?
And we got the stagger, so that's one more for the list.
With such fleeting pleasure? Hardly. There are higher heights to which you and I can still soar.
Even though I'm pretty sure this is the last time we see him in this game. Maybe we'll see him in the next one, but I'm pretty sure we do not see him again for the rest of this game.
Okay, boys, give it everything you've got, but kill the swordsman first.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. I love this man. This man is insane, and I love him.
We really must do this again.
I hope he comes back.
Until then, try not to die. I'll see you on the road, my friend.
I really do hope we get to see him again. He is too much fun.
God damn it.
There it is.
Let's go. Right.
How the hell did that... Like, seriously, how did that not hurt?
Friendly! Stand down! Your team shouldn't be here.
Glad yours is.
I love that we actually get to see more members of Avalanche. I think that is so cool.
Wedge will be fine, but you won't be if they start asking questions.
And who are they?
First guests to the party, another Avalanche cell. Our holier-than-thou friends from the old guard. It's always their way or the highway. Lately, they've been a real pain in the ass. Till now.
So then why are they here?
Beats me. We've been on the outs ever since our cell got labeled too extreme. Though they're the ones running around with mil-spec gear. Word is, they cut a deal with Wutai. Promised them all the materia in Midgar, apparently. Think there's any truth to that?
I don't
You
know.
tell me.
Sometimes I think we're the only ones who've realized the war's over.
Oh, there's the other flare.
Okay, mission complete. Let's make our way back to the lot.
Right.
Now, can we hit a save here, or...
Looking a...
Yes, we can. So, yeah, that is the full playtime. Okay. Just making sure. So we'll save our progress to this slot. So it's been 3 years since I've actually played this last. Alright. There we go. There we go. There we go. We have our save file started. And with that, we're going to call it here. Oh, I am hyped to be playing this again. We will be doing Final Fantasy VII Remake on Mondays and Tuesdays for the foreseeable future. I forget how long the game actually is. Looking at my old save files, the fact that one of them got as far as 90 hours, that was because we did that was because of 2 playthroughs. We're only going to do a single playthrough. We're not going to go on New Game Plus or anything like that. We're just going to play the regular playthrough, try to collect what we can, do what we can. But yeah, this is going to be fun. I'm hyped to be playing this again. It's been a few years, so I've forgotten a fair amount. I have forgotten a fair amount to this game. Now, tomorrow, River, you paid for it, so we are going to be going into Mabinogi tomorrow. I'm gonna download it tonight, get an account set up, and maybe get through character creation. We'll see how detailed character creation was again, but we might do character creation on stream tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. But we'll do that for the midweek mix-up. For now, though, we do need to end on a raid. So who is currently on? We got Taiga playing Visage. We have got T playing AI the Somnium Files. We got Arya playing Grand Theft Auto. Who should we raid? You know what? Because Sora raided us, I think it's only fair we raid Taiga. We haven't raided Taiga in a while, so let's do that. Let's raid Taiga May. There we are. I don't know what Visage is. I see a heart monitor. It's a spooky game. All right. Let's get them raid messages going. For all of my viewers here, we have our viewer raid message. All of you guys can use this one. Feel free to use it. for my subscribers, thank you guys, every one of you who are subscribed. This is your raid message. Feel free to use whichever one you can. And like I said, thank you guys for letting me indulge in some more Final Fantasy fun. Hopefully I'll be able to get a PS5 in the near future and we can play through, integrate the PS5 exclusive DLC of 7 Remake, play Final Fantasy 16, and play the next one in the Remake series. I forget what it was called. I actually really can't remember what it's called. I know that they announced it, but I forget what it's called. But, yeah. As for this week, we have got Mabinogi tomorrow, then Tales of Berseria Thursday and Friday. We'll see how far we can get with that, but Berseria will be here for at least a couple more weeks, so look forward to that. Thank you guys, as always, for watching. I hope to see y'all again very, very soon. And until I see you again, remember to keep being awesome, because you don't gotta spend a dime to be your amazing selves.